Ready? I'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all board members are present except Mr. Snuffer. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, the purpose of this meeting is to have personnel hearings. I have a lot of stuff got to read. Does the employee want an open or closed hearing? Open, okay.
Mr. Gerald, would you turn your mic on with the button down at the bottom? And now will you answer the question, open or closed?
Yes, I would like an open hearing.
Okay. So I understand you want an open hearing.
That is correct.
Second thing, any person who will, I'm sorry.
It's an open hearing. So
Okay, oh, that's right.
this is only-
My name is Larry Ford, and I will be presiding officer for this personnel hearing. Before we proceed further, could the parties and their representatives state their appearance for the record? So the administration.
Trey Marone with Bowles Rice here on behalf of the administration.
Amy Smonka, Director of Human Resources for Raleigh County Schools.
Okay, Mr. Gerald.
I'm Marv Gerald. I am the gifted teacher at Independence Middle School.
Carl Lilly, representative to Mr. Gerald from WVEA.
Lori Murray, representative of Mr. Gerald from WVEA.
Okay, thank you. Al. Did you see him? Mr. Martin?
Alan Sexton, Director of Special Education Programs.
He could sit maybe at the end of here.
Are there any preliminary matters that we need to address before proceeding? Oh,
None that I'm aware of. I will say, if I could for just a second, just because I know that you all got a packet of exhibits we laid there, just for purpose of explanation. There's a part one and a part two. Part one, has 4 documents in it, and then the second part is 5 through 9. Those documents are specific as to Mr. Gerald, so that's why you have 2 folders.
yeah, anything else?
I think.
Okay. This is an administrative employment hearing. Each party or their representatives is entitled to give an opening statement, to offer evidence as exhibits, to examine the cross-examining witness, all of whom shall testify under oath, and if desired, to give a closing statement, The evidentiary standards of proof in the administrative hearing is a preponderance of the evidence. This standard is met when parties bearing the burden of proof convinces the board that a dispute fact is more likely true than false. The parties may submit evidence and ask for it to be marked and admitted. Copies of the evidence must be presented to each board member, each representative, the superintendent. A marked copy of the evidence will be maintained as part of the record of the hearing. As the presiding officer, I shall rule on any objection. The employee and/or their representatives are advised to keep their objections short and to the point. The rules of evidence are not strictly applied in an administrative hearing proceedings. The board is likely to admit and consider any evidence offered by the parties that appear to be relevant to the issues before us. This may include hearsay evidence, which is defined as any statement made outside of these proceedings, the content of which is being offered by a party to provide the truth of the matter asserted. For example, if a witness testifies that someone told him or her something about this matter in the past, outside of these proceedings, and they are offering that statement as proof that something in despite is true or false, did or did not happen, or the likely that the testimony would be considered hearsay. Also, hearsay evidence may be admitted. Board members will only give hearsay evidence that weighs with which seems appropriate in the judgment of each voting board member. Please speak clearly so that your statements and/or testimony can be accurately recorded and, if necessary, transcribed. When asked a question, you must answer aloud because gestures cannot be captured accurately. The administration has the burden of proof and shall proceed first. Does the administration have any opening statements?
Before we start, sorry, we had some people out there that were going to attend. I think they were,
I can't hear you.
oh, sorry. Okay. You want to?
That's a good title. That's a good title.
Okay, does the employee have an opening statement? Yes, your employee.
We haven't done this first yet.
Okay. The administration has the burden of proof and shall proceed first. Does the administration have an opening statement?
Yes, and in fact, in this particular hearing, what the administration plans to do, and I'll just say that, is present the case by proffer. And what that means is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a statement, an opening statement, and then basically give the opportunity to anyone, including the board members or anyone here present on behalf of the employee, to ask questions of the witnesses that would say the things that I'm proffering. I'm going to proffer the case and say, here's what the administration's case is in this particular case. And then the witnesses are available to testify if necessary and could answer questions, because some folks may not have questions. Of course, the employee has an opportunity to present their case. So just as a heads up, and I probably should have said that when you asked earlier if we had anything preliminary matters to say, is that I'm going to present the case about what's called proffer. They will have the opportunity, if they would like, to ask questions of any of the witnesses, as the board members would just indicate you would need to, and then we can put that witness up on the stand for cross-examination or questions. As in terms of opening for this particular case, each year, school districts throughout West Virginia are required to examine and evaluate their enrollment, their funding, and the state staffing needs throughout the school district for the upcoming school year, and to take necessary action. Unfortunately, in most West Virginia school districts, both enrollment and funding have been declining for a number of years. Raleigh County Schools is no different. All across the state, county superintendents and human resource directors and county boards have to review the county's enrollment, the staffing, and the available funding, and recommendations are made, and boards have to consider approvement of realignment plans. And in this case, we're looking at the realignment plan for the upcoming 2025-2026 school year. Superintendent Serena Starcher and Director Amy Simonko have been working on this realignment plan for some time now. During the hearing, and each hearing, you will have in front of you 2 packets of exhibits. One packet contains exhibits 1 through 4. Those are general exhibits that will be part of the record at each hearing. The second packet will contain additional documents unique to that particular employee's hearing. Exhibit 1 in every packet will be a chart that contains data of a 15-year history of the enrollment, staffing, and state aid funding for Raleigh County Schools. During most of that 15-year history, student enrollment has declined. Not every single year, but during most of it, it has declined. As enrollment declines, school districts must realign their staff for the next school year, or else they might find themselves over formula, as it's called, when the school district has more positions than are covered through state aid formula. Exhibits 2 and 3 in every packet will be the preliminary computations issued by the State Department of Education for Raleigh County Schools for the upcoming school year. These documents project that the school district will be over formula by 79.27 professional positions and 76.61 service positions, and the number you will see on the document is less than that, but it doesn't include the 29 ECAP positions that are required in third grade for the coming year. So that's how we get to 76. For context, these numbers are substantially higher than they were for the current school year. During the current school year, Raleigh County Schools, according to their second month numbers, was only over formula 37.7 professional positions and 7.26 in service personnel. So there is a projected change for Raleigh County Schools for the 25-26 school year, which, if not addressed at this time, would leave the school district to fund all of these over formula positions without any state aid whatsoever. So here's where we are now. Superintendent Starcher and Director Simonko have been actively engaged in analyzing the enrollment, staffing, and funding across the school district. This process has included a review of each and every school within the school district. As a result of this process, Superintendent Starcher will recommend to you at your meeting on April the 8th, 2025, that you approve a number of personnel actions that will enable the school district to realign its workforce to meet the needs of the 2025-2026 school year. Specifically, this realignment plan involves 3 types of actions that will be put before you. 1 is a contract modification. 2 is a transfer action. And the third, and in some cases, there will be terminations of contracts put in front of you. One aspect of the realignment plan involves reducing the number of days an employee's contract. That's a contract modification. State law requires contracts to be at least 200 days per year. If a school district enters into a contract with an employee of more than 200 days, the additional days and associated expenses are paid by local funds. In other words, the state aid formula does not help with the cost to the school district for those extra days. The second aspect of the realignment plan involves placing employees on the list, the transfer list for possible transfer. Employees are placed on the transfer list when the job they're currently holding is either being eliminated or they're being displaced or bumped, as we call it, by a more senior employee who is also on transfer. But the employee is being placed on the transfer list and will retain a job because they have enough seniority to hold a job for the coming school year. So these folks will hold a position for the next year, but if approved by the board to be placed on the transfer list, they will later be transferred into a different position from the position they hold this year. The third aspect of the realignment plan involves the termination of contracts for lack of need. Now, this type of termination that you're going to hear about in any of these hearings or when you consider stuff later has nothing to do with the job performance of the employee. Instead, this type of termination is necessary either because the employee's position has been eliminated or a more senior employee's position has been eliminated, and that more senior employee is entitled to hold a position in their certification area, and the employee subject to termination lacks sufficient seniority to hold a job or position for the upcoming school year. This is primarily a realignment of the existing workforce. Realignment of the workforce is necessary to meet the needs of the school district for the upcoming school year in keeping with the enrollment and the available funding. While a number of employees are certainly impacted by the superintendent's recommendations, the good news that, given the number of current vacancies in Raleigh County Schools, nearly all of the employees impacted will have an opportunity for employment with Raleigh County Schools for the upcoming school year. Based on the superintendent's projections, if her recommendations for realignment are approved, there will be 78 professional contracts terminated for lack of need, but there are 70 projected vacancies to be filled for the upcoming school year. As for service personnel, the projection is a net loss of only 1 position, due in large part to the 48 projected service personnel vacancies for the upcoming school year. Unfortunately, the school law will prevent the school laws prevent the school district from simply transferring employees who are subject to termination into vacancies. You can't just transfer someone into a vacancy. Instead, those employees whose contracts are terminated for lack of need will need to bid on those vacancies for which they are certified. Even though realignment of the workforce brings change, the end result of this realignment plan is expected to be that most all of the employees impacted will be employed for the upcoming school year, but in a position different from the position they hold now. That is just an overview of the case in general. And now I'm going to give a presentation regarding Mr. Gerald specifically. Mr. Gerald here is on a continuing contract with the school district. He is on a 200-day contract, and he is being recommended to be placed on the transfer list. His continuing contract was effective July 1st, 2017. He would have had a probationary contract before that. His certification area that he's assigned to right now is gifted at Independence Middle School, and he holds certifications in both gifted and social studies. The documentation for Mr. Gerald is found in your packet. He was given notice of this particular recommendation of the superintendent to place him on transfer, and there's a letter in your packet that has a copy of that notice that was given to him, because that's what's required by school law. If an employee is going to be placed on the transfer list, they have to get notice on or before April the 1st that the school district is going to consider that. So that notice was given to Mr. Gerald, and the notice gives you the reason, or just a brief statement of what the reason is for the recommendation. And in his case, the recommendation is due to a decrease in projected enrollment of students in the gifted program countywide and a restructuring of the delivery of service for the 2025-2026 school year. Again, this is a countywide viewpoint or vantage point. This particular position is being recommended for elimination, and he would be placed on the transfer list, or recommended to be placed on it. So some background there with the school district, with the gifted program. Currently, countywide, Raleigh County Schools has 7 gifted classroom teaching positions. One of the positions is actually sitting vacant now. The current state allocation only supports 1 of the 7, and will continue to allocate, and will continue in the future if this realignment is approved, to just provide funding for 1 position. You currently have 133 gifted students in Raleigh County Schools. Gifted classroom teachers can serve up to 45 students. With the students, you have, like I said, you have only 133, and you have 7 positions right now. Now, currently, 2 of your gifted teachers are serving the gifted students in all 17 elementary schools. So you have 2 itinerant already established, 2 itinerant positions who are serving all 17 elementary schools. Director Allen, Superintendent Starcher wished to reorganize the gifted teacher positions to have 4 itinerant positions to serve the needs of all gifted students countywide. To accomplish this reorganization, the school district would abolish the vacant position that I mentioned, eliminate the 4 non-itinerant gifted teaching positions, create 2 new itinerant gifted positions, teaching positions. And then Director Sexton will assign the 4 itinerant gifted teachers to best meet the needs of the gifted students countywide. Mr. Gerald is currently assigned to one of those non-itinerant positions, which is why he's being recommended for transfer. If approved, Mr. Gerald's position would be eliminated. He would be placed on the transfer list. This, again, reorganization has nothing to do with Mr. Gerald's job performance or with even the number of gifted students that he might see at Independence Middle School. The reorganization is designed to meet the needs of the gifted students countywide in the most efficient and effective manner. In fact, the reorganization will not decrease the face-to-face time the teacher has with the gifted students, but in fact will even increase face-to-face time on a countywide basis in certain areas. So that's basically the presentation of the school district in this particular hearing, in this particular case. And Superintendent Starcher and Director Simonko and Director Sexton are all here. And if we would need to if there were any financial questions, Darren, as Butcher is already provided that information. He could provide some insight into any financial questions if anybody had that. So at this point, we would proffer this particular case in hearing, and if there's any questions of any of the witnesses, they're available. Otherwise, we would turn the case over to the employee to present theirs.
Thank you. Mr. Gerald, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, thank you. So I'll just begin by opening and stating my surprise of what I was able to observe at the last two board meetings on March 11th and last night. I have not seen the level of support from community, from teachers, parents, students that I have seen for this particular individual and this position. I believe from a conservative count, there were about 13 people that spoke in total, and I may be missing some. So there was a lot of support for what this position is able to offer these students. Mr. Gerald's been doing this for 12 years now, and he's able to serve a great many students given the nature of the position as it stands now. As it stands right now in the Advanced Studies program, he can not only serve students with a gifted IEP, but he can serve those without as well, which we believe is an incredible opportunity for many students that may not be able to have the same opportunities otherwise. We heard one particular student last night say that they were working at the Green Bank Observatory. You don't hear that very often. And with a position like this, eliminating the ability to serve the needs of the students, both with gifted IEPs and without, you're limiting yourself not only in the types of students that you're able to give these incredible opportunities for, but you're limiting the educator as well. And I would like to have Mr. Gerald speak a little bit more specifically on that.
To begin with, I'd like to express my respect for what you guys do and the stress that I know that you're under right now. I understand that with budgetary limitations. However, I can assure you that my stress level has been on a whole other level since getting that visit a couple weeks back from Ms. Simonko and Dr. Starcher. I can assure you. So let's start a little bit about me, and I'm going to present a little bit where you have a fuller understanding of what I do and where I came from, and then, you know, I'll make my points along the way. I was a public school student myself in Raleigh County. I attended Fairdale, Trap Hill Middle School, and Liberty High School. One of the board members actually was a teacher of mine when I was at Trap Hill Middle School. I was a gifted kid. I didn't start in the program as a young gifted kid, but later on in 8th grade, I was put into the gifted program. I was different. I've always been different. I'm still pretty different. I go the beat of my own drum. And ultimately, I think differently, and I'm neurodivergent. I'm not going to go into detail, but you can probably recognize in me what that means. I went to college on academic scholarship, and I graduated summa cum laude with 3 separate degrees: political science pre-law, geography cartography, and social studies education, and 2 minors, history and sociology. I planned on teaching when I graduated, but Dwight Dials, who was the superintendent, told me that I wasn't going to have much luck because there were a glut of social studies teachers at that point. Mr. Dials was a good man, and I talked with him multiple times over the years, and he was actually one of my references when I applied for positions. And I appreciate him for that. I went to work for the state instead and became eventually the Chief Quality Control Auditor for the Bureau of Child Support Enforcement in Charleston. It was a pretty important position, but it wasn't really what I was meant to do. Eventually, I decided to put my education degree to use and pursued teaching. And I landed the gifted job at Independence Middle School, my home for the last 12 years. Now, I do have to note that I have 2 kids. One is currently a teacher at Woodrow Wilson High School. She graduated from Indy High, and she was valedictorian of her college class, and she's teaching. My other child, my son, is in the teacher education program at Concord University as we speak. Actually, he has class right now. What's going on with me and my fellow teachers gives pause to those students. Those students that are in those teacher preparation programs, they see this. We need those people. We need my daughter. We need my son in education. And them seeing this is definitely not a positive. This is not a recruitment technique. This is not going to help. Now, as far as my experience, I've been based at IMS for 12 years, and it has become home to me. I love that school and that community. And I can assure you that I bleed Patriot red, white, and blue. I love teaching advanced studies, and especially teaching advanced studies at Independence Middle School. That defines who I am. That is who I am. It's what I do. Now, as far as my students that I have currently, I know that the gifted enrollment has declined in the county. Whether or not that's a function of folks leaving the area or not enough testing, because I've heard from some folks at the elementary level that we might not be testing as hard for gifted as we had in the past. I don't know, but people that know have told me that. So maybe our gifted numbers may be different if we were a little bit more aggressive in identifying those students. But regardless, right now, I have more students in one particular class that have gifted IEPs than I have ever had the entire time that I've been teaching at Independence Middle School. My 6th grade class, currently, there are 7 students at Independence Middle School, 7, who have been identified as gifted in that one class, 6th grade class. One of which is no longer has a gifted IEP, but they're still gifted. And the reason they don't have an IEP is their parent was so unhappy with the gifted program as it was being offered in this county that they just dropped the IEP. And then when they showed up at Independence Mill, they're like, let's give this Gerald guy a chance. Well, I think that mom might be in the process of trying to get the IEP back to life. And, you know, I just want to point out that students have transferred to Independence Middle School specifically to have me in class, to have what I do, to receive that. And I think that needs mentioning, that folks recognize what I do. And this isn't like a gifted program thing, any direction. It's what I do. It's what I do as a gifted teacher and as a teacher and as a friend and as a mentor that I serve to these students. It's much more than I'm just their gifted teacher. And I think you guys, over the past couple weeks, could recognize that fact, that it's more than I just happen to be their gifted teacher. My gifted classes currently are 43 minutes long. Both gifted and otherwise high-achieving students are able to receive instruction in my daily class. Topics we cover include investing and the stock market, astronomy and the cosmos, geology, the Supreme Court and constitutional law, which we're on right now. My students are briefing cases. I was a pre-law student at one point. Well, I ended up graduating with a degree in political science and pre-law. But I briefed cases in my constitutional law class in preparation to go to law school eventually. And my students are doing that. In middle school, they are briefing Supreme Court cases and studying them. My class, as I tell them, and there's a couple of my students, one former, one present, that's in this room right now, can tell you that yes, indeed, they are briefing those cases and did brief those cases and know quite a bit about the key Supreme Court cases that have impacted the United States. The history of the United States is paved with Supreme Court cases, and that's an important thing for them to learn. We cover infectious diseases, Egyptian history and mythology, and the Dream Vacation Project, where students plan out a vacation as if they won a $15,000 prize and can go anywhere in the world. They plan their flights, they book their hotels, they go through the entire process, and they account for their money. And they literally go on TripAdvisor and Travelocity and find flights, and they mark down their flight number that they're going to be on. This is useful material that these students are getting. They're not getting these kind of things elsewhere. And some of these things they're never going to get in high school. And unless they major in some of these things, they're probably not even going to see it in college. And there's many other things that I do too, but that's just some. Students also get instruction and challenges in the area of math in my class. Most of my students are capable of handling high school math concepts as early as 6th grade. And they frequently place at Math Field Day. I may be a social studies guy, but I like math too. We explore rather deeply a literary classic each year. We do vocabulary and mapping. That's a nod to me being a geography cartography major as one of my majors. Are two of the activities that proceed on the sidelines while we're doing all these other things, like learning about Supreme Court cases. My curriculum and related materials, including all of the various tests, were researched and created painstakingly by me. The daily gifted classes are a work of passion and love on my part, and I've worked very intensely, obsessively, to make them as perfect as possible. Now let's branch on to something else that I do. Something that in the setup that we have now that's going forward possibly, that's been proposed, will die. I teach the reading support classes at Independence Middle as well. They are also 43 minutes. For the majority of my time at Independence Middle, I have not only taught advanced studies, but I also have taught reading support. Honestly, when I was first asked to teach reading, I was pretty apprehensive. I was uncertain that I would be able to connect with struggling readers. However, over time, I came to not only enjoy teaching those classes, but I've come to realize that I'm making a difference to those students as well on that part of the spectrum. So the high achieving, gifted students, and now the students that are struggling with their reading. And I'm able to connect with them. Without that class, those students who need more help and practice with their reading are going to be left out in the cold. That position's being eliminated. Now, there are some special ed students in my reading classes, but most are regular kids that just struggle with their reading, that need a little bit of practice. They need somebody to work with them. They need a leg up. And I'm that person. There's no other class that's going to help those non-special ed students that are below average readers. There's the pull-out classes for the kids with IEPs. But what about the regular kid that's not quite to the level of having a special ed IEP, that just isn't a good reader, that just needs a little bit of a boost? That's me. I'm that boost. If I'm not based on the Hill at Indy Middle, these students are going to go unserved. Now, I want to point out that I serve a particular gifted student at Independence High School who is exceptionally gifted. Until recently, the situation is in flux, but I see the student weekly and am one of the few people that they are comfortable working with. I feel strongly that if I'm not the one providing their services at Independence High School, that this student is going to balk, in a very delicate situation, could get a lot worse. Note that I've known this student since 3rd grade. And due to that, I'm personally vested in their future. But as you could probably see from the people that spoke before me and on my behalf, that's not unusual. I'm invested in all my students' futures, fully invested. If I'm not based on the Hill at Indy, it may be challenging to serve that student's needs. Other activities. I am the teacher sponsor for the Veterans of Foreign Wars academic contests at both Independence Middle and, once again, Independence High School. At the middle school level, the contest is known as the Patriot Pen, and over the years I have sponsored numerous district level winners and 2 state champions in back-to-back years, 2022-23 and 2023-24. At the high school level, the contest is known as the Voice of Democracy, and I sponsored the state champion in that in 2020 and 2021. That student not only went on to represent West Virginia in the National VFW competition, but they earned a full tuition college scholarship from doing so. Let me repeat that. A full tuition college scholarship from that program that I sponsor them in. Being the sponsor of this contest requires multiple trips to Indy High that I manage to do on my planning. If I'm not based on the Hill at Indy Middle, this would likely be impossible yet again. History Bowl. I am the History Bowl coach at Independence Middle School. History Bowl is a highly competitive academic sport where teams of 8th graders, 4 per team, compete in the area of West Virginia history, culture, and geography. Unlike most competitive activities, such as football or basketball, teams can be state champions. In basketball, we can put our banner up and have our trophy that we're the county champions. These folks can say, we're the state champions at the middle school level. There's prize money and scholarship money that is awarded to the top teams and players each season by the state of West Virginia. I've served as either the head coach or assistant coach of the IMS History Bowl team for almost the entire time I've been at IMS. I have had the honor of coaching multiple teams to states over the years. Our current team is the champion of Region 1 and will be competing in the state championship Tuesday, April 29th. They're good. Really, really good. And I'm hoping that we're going to bring home a championship this year, back to the Hill, back to Independence Middle School. One of my History Bowl students wrote me a thank you letter that I received earlier this year. I think it was back in October, that noted that History Bowl was important to them because it is the only competitive outlet for those who may not be athletically inclined. Some of those kids are really sharp and they want to compete, and they want to compete on the state level. They want to have a team. History Bowl's it. That's how you do it. Now, I want to point out that we practice 2 or 3 days a week. And when it gets closer to tournament time, 4 or 5 days a week. And usually that's after school until 4 or 4:30. We start in August and we go through May. Even though that tournament's going to end April 29th, I've got 7th graders that I'm prepping for next year. And I've got 6th graders that's prepping for 2 years later. They're there. That's my JV. I've built a program there. And I want to point out that all this time, all this effort, all those practices, week after week after week, the whole school year, I do not get paid a penny for that. Not a penny. I do that because I care, and I do that because I'm competitive. And I don't care what the sport is. I want Independence to win. I don't care if it's checkers. I want my Patriots to win. So that is untold amounts of hours that I'm dedicating to something academic. Now, other counties and schools have a class set up. I know I've talked to folks from Sherrard, Wheeling, South, and Morgantown. They have specific classes set up to where they put their History Bowl kids in there, and they have like a year-long practice every day. We don't have that. I stay after school. My kids stay after school. We do it the hard way. But we fight. And we challenge those teams that have those advantages that we don't have. I want to point out, too, that no one else has interest in doing that at Independence Middle School. I'm that person. It's me. And my assistant coach is my daughter, who did History Bowl when she was in school for Independence Middle School. But of course, she teaches at Woodrow Wilson High School, so she can't make it to some of the practices, and it's a challenge for her to get there. But she's my assistant coach. Largely, a lot of my coaching is from my high school students. They come down and help coach my middle school students. And their help means everything to me. Sometimes we have more coaches than we have competitors at our practices. That kind of tells you what those people at the high school feel about what we do and what I do and what this program means to them, the History Bowl. Words cannot express how important coaching the Independence Middle School History Bowl team is to me. It's a big deal. And if I'm not based on the Hill at Indy, this will likely be impossible. I am the point person who is in charge of the Scripps Spelling Bee at Independence Middle School. I work to organize, arrange, and oversee the contest. I also serve as the pronouncer on the school-wide bee held in the gym for the entire school student body. This is the first year that I've actually been that, because this was the first year that we've actually had the script spelling bee. I think in Raleigh County, it's definitely the first year that we've had it at Independence Middle. And that's a big deal to me too. Other activities that I do. I am always available to assist my students, both present and former, in any way that I can to further their success in life. Whether writing letters of recommendation for National Junior Honor Society or universities and scholarships, one of which that you've heard from is currently attending Harvard. Explaining a challenging high school concept to a former student, or simply being a friend and giving advice. I'm always there for my crew. Once you have Mr. Gerald, you're Mr. Gerald's for as long as I'm around. You're my people, and I'll go to bat for you. Be it college or be it after college. I've got folks that's already graduated from college, and they're still part of my crew, and I still hear from them. And they still care about what I do because they know that they benefited from what I do, and they want others to do so as well. Just as I have my crew's back, they have mine. I think you can remember seeing a steady stream of students and parents that have come through the past couple board meetings. One of my current 8th grade students decided to create a petition on change.org called Justice for Gerald. As of last night, it contained verified signatures of 646 people that feel strongly that the format that we have at Independence Middle School should be left alone. Now, I encourage you to go to that, because a lot of the folks that felt strongly weren't able to make it to board meetings. And there are numerous comments that I encourage you to read about what I mean to the Hill at Independence and what my class means to them. My former student, who I touched on a second ago, who is currently attending Harvard and will be moving on to Oxford this summer, was plotting to fly out of Boston to be at this meeting. She was going to be here, period. But I stopped her from doing that. I'm hoping that by pointing this out, that'll make her happy, that I at least said she was going to come here from Boston to be here. In the past, when there's been sufficient interest, I have sponsored the National History Day, individual and team entries from, once again, both the middle school and the high school. I have had multiple state champions and runners-up over the years, including one who won the West Virginia Affiliate Award. One team finished 7th in the entire country in their category and was chosen to be the project representing West Virginia at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. And they were there with their project too. Those students went on to compete at the big national competition at the University of Maryland, just outside of D.C. And we've had so many individuals and teams win that in 2019, I accompanied them to Maryland. In 2021, I was recognized as the National History Day Teacher of the Year for the state of West Virginia, and went on to compete against other teachers in the Patricia Baring National Teacher of the Year contest. If I'm not based on the Hill at Indy Middle, even if there's sufficient interest, I'm not going to be able to sponsor those realistically. So, other than my conclusion, this is my presentation. And notice repeatedly for the things that I do, if I'm not based on the Hill at Indy Middle, these things are not going to happen. They mean a lot to me, and they most certainly mean a lot to those students and to the community at Independence.
Is that it? Thank you. Okay, administration, call your first witness.
Yes, the only, I presented, of course, the proffer of evidence, and don't know if anybody had any questions for any of those folks, but I think I'd like to go ahead and call Mr. Sexton. I've got one additional exhibit. I'm gonna make it Exhibit 10 to that packet I'll hand out. We'll make the summary of the gifted enrollment. Probably need to swear
Sorry?
him in.
You can call your first witness.
Could we swear him in? Yeah. Could you swear him in?
You swear to affirm that you will come and testify in this truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Alan Sexton,
Ken, what's your position in Raleigh County Schools?
Director of Special Education Programs.
Do you ever see the gifted program in Raleigh County Schools?
I do.
Okay. You were in the room when I presented the case by proffer earlier, and I made several statements that were data and information, numbers, students, teachers, those positions. Do you have anything to add to those numbers as far as that information? That there were 133 gifted students currently, 7 gifted teaching positions countywide. 2 of those that currently are itinerant, and those 2 are serving all the 17 elementary schools. Is that accurate?
Those are accurate.
Okay. So just to, in the interest of time, I will want to go to the document that we've just passed out here that'll be marked as Exhibit 10 to the packet for Mr. Gerald's hearing this morning, and ask if you could tell the board and those in the room what that document is.
I could. And looking at that document, on the left-hand side, there's a table. That table represents all of our 26 school locations. Those numbers down the left-hand column are the school numbers, beginning with elementary, which are represented by a 2 as the first digit. Middle schools typically represented by a 3 or a 4 in the first digit, and then our high schools with a 5 in the first digit. And then across the top, those columns represent the grade levels, 1st through 8th grade. In West Virginia, we only serve students that have gifted IEPs in grades K through 8, and then consider for exceptional gifted in grades 9 through 12.
Okay. And I mentioned earlier as well that there was, the state funded one of the 7 gifted positions currently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are there any federal funds for gifted?
We are not permitted to use federal funds for gifted positions.
All right. So on the right side of the document, what is that?
On the right-hand side, those are our 5 middle schools, which have our current 5 positions, beginning with Trap Hill Middle School at the top, and then Park Middle School the next, Shady Spring Middle School, Independence Middle School, and then Beckley Stratton Middle School at the bottom.
Okay. So this is the middle school total is projected for next year to be 62.
62 total students with gifted IEPs.
Okay. And you currently have, the difference in that would be your elementary students roughly give or take?
That is correct.
Okay. And you said there are currently two itinerant gifted teachers who are serving the gifted students at all the elementary schools, all 17.
That's correct.
And so with the reorganization plan to have 4 itinerant teachers, basically, in theory, you've got 60 some additional students to be served by 2 other itinerant teachers.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. And the breakdown here on the right-hand column, I think you may have said that, but that's the number of gifted students that are projected to be at each middle school for next year.
Yes, and each of those across horizontally, it says rising 6th, rising 7th, rising 8th. Those are projections for next school year. And so the rising 6 is a total calculation of those schools listed there. Each of those feeder schools, for example, for Trap Hill Middle School, it lists Clear Fork Elementary, Marsh Fork Elementary, and Fairdale Elementary being the feeder schools with 0 gifted students feeding to the 6th grade next school year.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. I don't know.
Is that it? Do you have any cross-examination?
Yeah, just a few clarifying questions on the document here. The columns going from left to right and going from 2 to 10, those are grade levels?
That's correct. Those are grade levels.
Okay. And in the elementary level, the difference between the 133 and 62 would be 71. So currently there's more gifted in elementary than middle.
That's correct.
Okay. So based on the projections going from elementary to middle, considering that there's more within elementary than in middle school, could we see an increase in projection going to middle school in subsequent years from the 25-26?
That is a possibility.
And in testing for gifted, just a clarifying question, has the procedure for testing for gifted changed over, I don't know, let's say the last 5 years or so?
The procedure has not changed. The procedure itself is that school teams identify students they believe have high intellect, and then this school team itself, through the student assistance process, refer to the Office of Special Programs for evaluation, which are completed. So at this time, those numbers of referrals are very low.
And have we seen a increase or decrease in years on the number of referrals for that?
I'm speaking off the cuff, but we've had a general decline in the number of referrals.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Hold on. Dr. Hutchins says he has no redirect.
I have no redirect. No additional question.
Does any board members have any questions?
Yes, I do. Mr. Gerald, so you're here today objecting to your transfer. You're not stating or not contending that Raleigh County Schools violated any policies or laws or whatever. You're just objecting to the fact that you are being transferred from Independence Middle School. Am I correct?
Yes, my position at Independence Middle School is being eliminated.
Okay,
And
what is your current schedule, period by period, at Independence Middle School?
Okay, the first period is our advisory. That's when students spend the first 20-odd minutes of the day getting lunch or getting breakfast and taking roll and that kind of stuff. It's kind of like a old study hall kind of a thing. Where
Is
there's
that also 43 minutes?
No, that's from like, depending on what grade level it is, there's a little bit of a difference. Some grade levels a little bit longer. So there's that, and I don't have an advisory class. That's specifically the core teachers.
Okay.
Then second period, which is kind of technically the first real period of the day, I have 8th grade reading support. And then the next class period, I have 8th grade advanced studies. And then the next period after that, I have 7th grade advanced studies. And then the class period after that, I have seventh grade reading support. So
Seventh grade what?
reading support. So it goes eighth, seventh. And I have an advanced studies and a reading support, one of each, because I do both. I help the kids with their reading and I do the advanced studies both. I do both. And then I have my planning and lunch. And then after that, I have sixth grade reading. And then I end my day with sixth grade advanced studies. So I have a reading class and advanced studies class for each grade level. So I teach 6 classes. And not to mention, I do have the student at the high school that I typically go up to see weekly. Although that's kind of on hold right now because of some circumstances related to
So the
that.
gifted students are served during those advanced studies
Yes.
sections.
Okay, now let me describe.
But that
the
includes
advanced
other
studies.
students.
Yes, advanced studies. If we call the class gifted per se, then everybody in there has to have a gifted IEP.
I'm aware of that.
But at Independence, I'd like to point out, we have no honors classes at Independence Middle School. So if you are a very high functioning kid that somehow you took the gifted test and you came up a little bit short or whatever, oh well, I guess you're just a regular kid. My class is the one place, the advanced studies, because there's gifted kids in there. Where we're looking at these numbers, there's been years like 6, 7 years ago that I might just have 1 or 2 gifted kids in a class. Like in my 6th grade class, I might have 1 or 2 gifted kids. That happened. Some years I might have like 4 or 5. This year, I've got the most, my 6th grade class, my youngest class, I've got more in there right now than I ever have in any one single class. So, but in any case, those high achieving students, and we get together, myself and the guidance counselor, and I contact the 6th grade or the elementary school students that feed into us, or not, excuse me, the elementary schools that feed into us. And I talk to the 5th grade teachers and I'm like, hey, who would be good candidates? And they bring forward names, we look at test scores, and then we shave off the cream of the crop. And that's my advanced studies class.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes it's mostly kids that don't have IEPs, but I'll tell you what, you get in one of those classrooms and you hear them debating, you can't tell the gifted kids from the non-gifted kids.
Okay,
I can tell
Mr.
you that.
Sexton, thank you. There will be, the gifted students at Independence Middle School will be served next year, right?
In the proposed plan.
With one of
we
the
are keeping-
itinerant positions.
We are keeping intact the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade sections of gifted services or gifted and talented or advanced studies, whatever the
So
principal
those
chooses to call it.
students that do not have an IEP could also be incorporated into those 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes that you're keeping there.
That is the principal's discretion.
Okay, so that kind of sounds like a part-time or something at Independence Middle.
Yes,
And I'm calling it that, but I'm not sure.
we're
what your model
obligating
is.
ourselves to providing each school the grade level of services that they need at that building.
And you may not be able to answer this question for me now, but would Mr. Gerald in fact be assigned there next year? Or do you know that?
That's not information I would have at this time, no.
Depends on how it all shakes
Yes,
out. I
that's
understand that.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from board members? Your next witness?
I have one.
Okay.
Mr. Gerald, I'm not seeing 8th grade students this year, so you didn't talk about any 8th grade classes.
The first 2.
The first 2? Oh, okay.
I have multiple students with different IEPs in each grade level.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. With that 6th grade class being, like I said, the largest class that I've had.
Marvin, you're serving 10 gifted students throughout the course of the day, is that correct?
Technically, there are 12 altogether at this point. 2 of them are on consult at the middle school. And I have 1 student at the high school that is on consult that I deal with directly, a direct consult. Although, once again, it's kind of on hold right now, but that's a very delicate situation, and I need to be the person that deals with her likely
No,
up at the high school.
That's not necessary. So what is your total number of students you see in service during the course of the day, gifted and non-gifted?
I average about 10 kids per class. Some of my classes have bumped up to like 14. Some of them are like 8 or 9. Here's something that happens. My class is full on. It is. And some of the kids that come into my class that are, maybe not having gifted IEPs, they start in my class, and quite honestly, they can't cut it. And sometimes they're, I start out with bigger numbers, but some kids aren't up to the challenge. So I average about 10. I'm happy if I have about 10 to 12 kids in a class. For what I do, that's a good number. I don't really want a smaller group, because when I first started teaching gifted, advanced studies didn't exist. It was just gifted. And my very first year of teaching, my first period class had 1 kid. And that was my student, my gifted student. And that was the gifted class in 8th grade at Independence Middle. And the thing is that student was absent literally half the time. So, that was the 8th grade class. But we've made a lot of progress on that, and we've expanded it. And I want to point out, too, that there are multiple students that the teachers have requested to be tested in that 6th grade class. So even though that 6th grade class is the biggest I've ever had, there's multiple students. And coming from being a gifted kid myself, and coming from being a gifted teacher for 12 years, generally speaking, I can recognize a gifted kid. And I think that some of them being tested, I think, are going to qualify as gifted kids. And I think, too, that as Mr. Sexton pointed out, the referrals have gone down. Why have the referrals gone down? Why aren't we testing kids for gifted? I mean, are the teachers not aware that they can have the kids tested for gifted? I mean, that's part of the problem. If we're like, well, there's not as many gifted kids now as there were before, and it's like, well, we're not really testing for them. Well, obviously, there's going to be less gifted kids. I think we're missing kids. I think there's kids out there that are being missed. And I think our gifted numbers would be higher if we were testing more kids.
Okay, thank you.
How many's on your caseload this year? 12?
12. Yes.
Mr. Sexton, what's the average caseload then? I mean, is that a low number, high number, middle number?
I would say for current year, that is considered probably close to average. But caseloads can be up to 45, and per section 15, students per section that they teach with IEPs. Now, given a different structure such as gifted and talented or advanced studies, those numbers don't have to stay at 15. They're applicable to the regular numbers of a maximum allowable per class at a middle school level.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Chair, do y'all have your attorney? You want to have a first witness? Do you have a witness? You want to call on anybody?
No.
Okay, does either administration or Mr. Gerald have any closing statements?
Very briefly,
Basically, I would just reiterate that this has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Gerald's job performance. He is obviously very talented and has done a fantastic job. This is the reorganization of the gifted program in the county. You're currently funding 7 positions, and based on the enrollment, the school district, according to Mr. Sexton, with the numbers, could serve 180 students with 4 itinerant teachers, up to 180, and currently we have 133. So the reduction of 3 positions is the goal of the reorganization. You already have 2 of those are already itinerant, create 2 more itinerant programs, and then service all 133 students countywide with those 4. And since the caseload could be up to 180, as I think Director Sexton just testified, is advanced studies courses and things of that nature could still be provided to schools. So basically, just in summary, that's what the administration's case is.
Yep, closing statement.
Yes, I'll just speak very briefly, then I'll let Mr. Gerald wrap things up here. I kind of find myself struggling with separating a position from the person. I mean, my favorite quote coming from a science background is environmental problems are people problems. And I kind of draw the same parallel when teaching is classroom positions or people positions. You have a position, you have the resources set forth, and the person that is in that position can oftentimes make all the difference. We have what can be seen as a difficult decision in the eyes of a board, the decisions you all have to make. I argue it's an incredible opportunity. We have a case study of success, blatant, objective, overwhelming success from students working with the Green Bank Observatory with plans on moving on to astrophysics. We have students currently attending Harvard. We have, as Mr. Sexton testified, the potential in subsequent years, beyond 25 and 26, of the gifted students in the middle school to potentially increase as the numbers move on throughout the grades. When you have a position such as this, and you restructure it so that 1, it's itinerant, and 2, you are potentially at the principal's discretion, potentially limiting it to only students with gifted IEPs, that's a large chunk of students that may not have another opportunity to prove themselves and to showcase their abilities in any other capacity. So I truly see this as an opportunity to showcase the wonderful case study that you have here of success. And instead of bringing all the other positions down to the same level, we have this position that's already up here, this position that is doing well, this position that is producing exceptional work. And we can mimic that and expand upon that throughout the county. Rather than bringing a position down to a homogeneous level, we can bring others up to it. We can use this case study for future work, future expansion. So I'll let Mr. Gerald close.
Ultimately, whether or not you allow me to continue what I do, where I do it, comes down to funding. So I'd like to point out that the Raleigh County Board of Education is most certainly getting their money's worth of Marvin L. Gerald II. Number 1, I provide high-quality gifted services that are proven successful. I'm not saying that, really. You can ask my students. 2, I successfully handle my IEP responsibilities with accuracy and timeliness. Number 3, I provide intervention to the high-achieving, non-IEP students who would otherwise not be receiving anything that would challenge them. Because once again, Independence Middle School doesn't have honors classes. Number 4, I provide intervention to students with lower reading abilities. I'm not just the gifted teacher. I do that too. And I think that's important. And you guys are getting that out of me. I provide exceptional gifted services up at the high school. I help to improve the standardized test scores on both sides of the spectrum. You guys want to see our test scores go up? Well, I'll work at that. The gifted kids, the people that are in my advanced studies class, they're going to rock and roll on those tests, and they generally do. And I contribute towards that. But those kids that don't have IEPs, a lot of them, that when they took their reading test, it hasn't been very good, well, that's me. I'm the person that steps in. I'm the person that helps them. I successfully coach untold hours of history ball in a totally unpaid capacity. I sponsor the Patriot Pen and Voice of Democracy at, once again, the middle school and that high school. Competitions that lead to prize money and scholarships for Raleigh County students there at Independence. Number 9, I have cultivated close, strong relationships with parents and the Independence community. And number 10, teachers who are certified in gifted education are rather limited. There's not a lot of us. Those who have years of experience teaching gifted successfully, that's even further limited. And those who are comfortable and skillful teaching upper level math, ELA, social studies, science, finance, mythology, and everything else I teach, that's pretty rare. What we have here is indeed an anomaly. I am an anomaly. I was born an anomaly. I've always been. What I do on the Hill at Indy Middle is an anomaly. It's not just gifted. I do other things too. Lots and lots of other things, as I pointed out. But what's going on is extraordinary. That anomaly is a good anomaly. What's going on that hill, what I have going on, is special. And it's what I want to do, and it's where I want to be doing it. I have zero interest or desire to do anything else or go anywhere else other than the Hill where I am now. I am a human being. I have feelings and thoughts and concerns and cares. I know how the situation, how this sometimes works, but I'm not a chess piece that can just be easily moved around and shuffled. I'm a human being. And what I do matters. And it matters to those kids up on that hill at Independence. I know that some of our gifted program has struggled. I've had numerous kids that have ended up in my class that were unhappy with their gifted services that were previously provided to them. We're quite happy with the gifted services that I provided. do as you must with the other parts of the gifted in the county. But please, please, let me continue doing what I do in the current format on that hill at Independence. It is certainly not broken. Please don't fix it.
Okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned. The hearing, yeah, the hearing is adjourned. Thank you all for coming. Okay, we're going to continue. Do you want to open or closed hearing?
Open.
Okay. Do I? Okay. So we're here for an open hearing for.
Yes, and we'll have some people coming in
sorry?
attendance. We're going to have some people come in, so we're going to probably have to set up a few more chairs. Oh.
Front's full of people. Okay, we're going to move on for hearing with Kim Sexton. My name is Larry Ford, and I will be presiding officer for this personnel hearing. Before we proceed further, could the parties and their representatives state their appearance for the record? Administration.
Trey Marone with Bowles Rice, here on behalf of the administration.
Amy Simonko, Director of Human Resources for Raleigh County Schools.
Kimberly Sexton, art teacher, Ridgeview Elementary.
Carl Lilly, representing Ms. Sexton from WVEA.
Lori Murray, representative from WVEA.
Okay, thank you. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed before we proceed?
A couple things. I wanted just to remind folks that we have exhibits that we've, I believe, distributed, and there's two packets, part one and part two. The documents in part two are specific to Ms. Sexton's hearing, and then the other four in part one, exhibits 1 through 4, are the same exhibits throughout. So I just want to clarify that so everybody knows what the exhibits are. And then the other thing is on behalf of the administration, when we get to that point, when I do my opening, I would just do a presentation by proffer, as we call it. I will present at that time what the school districts or the administration's position is in this particular hearing, and outline that. And I will start with a general statement about the school district countywide, and then I will present information regarding Ms. Sexton's case specifically, and then I will clarify that the witnesses that would say those things that I'm speaking about, because I'll give some specific details, are here and present and able to testify or answer questions if Ms. Sexton's representatives or the board members would have questions of those witnesses. So we're going to present it by proffer, I guess, is what I'm just want to clarify up front. That's how we'll do that.
Thank you. So to simplify things, if you have anybody that's going to be questioned, we're going to do a swearing in right now for everybody.
Okay. And ours probably potentially, I mean, if somebody would have ask any questions of the superintendent or Ms. Simonko, so we would ask both of them. And if you have anybody that might speak, give testimony, then they could just go ahead and get sworn in now, is what he's saying.
You swear or affirm before the coming testimony in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. This is an administrative employment hearing. Each party or their representatives is entitled to give an opening statement, to offer evidence and exhibits, to examine and cross-examine witnesses, all of whom shall testify under oath, and if desired, to give a closing statement. The evidentiary standards of proof in administration's hearing is a preponderance of the evidence. The standard is met when the party bearing the burden of proof convinces the board that the dispute fact is more likely true than false. The parties may submit evidence and ask for, if it is marked and admitted, copies of any evidence must be presented to each board member, each representative, the superintendent. Marked copy of evidence will be maintained as part of the record for the hearing. As the presiding officer, I shall rule on any objections. The employees and or their representatives are advised to keep their objections short and to the point. The rules of evidence are not strictly applied in administrative hearings. The board is likely to admit and consider any evidence offered by the parties that appear to be relevant to the issues before us. This may include hearsay evidence, which is defined as any statement made outside of the proceedings, the content of which is being offered by a party to prove the truth of the matter asserted. For example, if a witness testifies that someone told him or her something about this matter in the past outside of the proceedings, and they are offering that statement as proof that something is true or false, did or did not happen, or the like, the testimony would be considered hearsay. Excuse me. Although hearsay evidence may be admitted, board members will only give hearsay evidence that weight which seems appropriate in the judgment of each voting member. When you're speaking, please speak clearly so your statements and or testimony can be accurately recorded and, if necessary, transcribed. When asked a question, you must answer aloud because gestures cannot be captured. The administration has the proof of burden and shall proceed first. Does administration have an opening statement?
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, I'll go ahead and do an opening statement and proffer the case at that time. Each year, school districts throughout West Virginia are required to examine and evaluate their enrollment, their funding, and the staffing needs throughout the school district for the upcoming school year, and to take necessary action and by specific deadlines based on West Virginia law. Unfortunately, in most West Virginia school districts, enrollment and funding have been declining for a number of years, and Raleigh County Schools is no different. Across the state, county superintendents and human resource directors have reviewed the county's enrollment, staffing, available funding, and they're making recommendations to the respective county boards to approve a realignment plan for the upcoming 2025-2026 school year. Superintendent Serena Starcher and Director Amy Simonko have been working on this realignment plan for Raleigh County Schools for some time. During each hearing, you will have in front of you 2 packets of exhibits. One packet contains Exhibit 1 through 4, and those are general exhibits that will be part of the record of each hearing. The second packet contains additional documents unique to this particular hearing. Exhibit 1 in every packet will be a chart that contains the 15-year history of the enrollment, the staffing, and the state aid funding for Raleigh County Schools. During most of that 15-year history, although not every single year, student enrollment has declined. As it continues to decline, school districts must realign their staff each year for the next school year, or else they might find themselves over formula, as it's called, when a school district has more positions in place that they have to pay for or fund than what are covered through the state aid formula that provides funds to the school district. Exhibits 2 and 3 in every packet will be the preliminary computations issued by the State Department of Education for Raleigh County Schools, which project that the school district will be over formula in professional positions by 79.27 positions for the coming school year based on their current enrollment numbers, and that in service they will be over 76.61 positions, and that's taking into consideration the 29 ECAT, third grade ECAT positions the school district is required to add for next year. For context, these numbers are substantially higher than they were for the current school year. During the current school year, Raleigh County Schools has shown to be over formula by 37.71 professional positions and 7.26 service positions. So there's a projected change for Raleigh County Schools for the 2025-26 school year, which, if not addressed at this time, would leave the school district dramatically over formula to fund all of these over formula positions without any state aid whatsoever. So here's where we are now. Superintendent Starcher and Director Simonko have been actively engaged in analyzing the enrollment, staffing, and funding across the school district. This process has included a review of each and every school within the school district. As a result of this process, Superintendent Starcher will recommend to you at your meeting on April the 8th that you approve a number of personnel actions that will enable the school district to realign its workforce for the 25-26 school year. Specifically, this realignment plan involves 3 types of actions that will be put before you. 1, a contract modification action. 2, there will be transfers where the employees are placed on the transfer list. And the third would be an employee's contract might be terminated. One aspect of the realignment plan, as I mentioned, involves reducing the number of days in an employee's contract or a contract modification. State law does require contracts to be at least 200 days per year, but that's all the state school funding formula provides for to the school district funding-wise. If a school district enters into a contract of more than 200 days, the additional days and all associated expenses with those additional days are paid by local funds. In other words, the state aid formula does not help with the cost to the school district of extra days. The second aspect of the realignment plan involves placing employees on the transfer list for possible transfer. Employees are placed on the transfer list when the job they are currently holding is either being eliminated or they are being displaced or bumped, as we call it, by a more senior employee who is also on transfer. But even so, the employee who's being bumped is placed on the transfer list because they have enough seniority to hold a job for the coming school year. So these folks do hold a job for the coming school year, but if approved by the board to be placed on the transfer list, they will later be transferred into a different position from the one they currently hold. The third aspect of this realignment plan involves the termination of contracts for lack of need. Now, this type of termination has nothing to do with the job performance of the employee. Instead, this type of termination is necessary either because the employee's position has been eliminated or a more senior employee's position has been eliminated and that more senior employee is entitled to hold the position they have, and that the employee is now terminated because they don't have sufficient seniority to hold a position for the upcoming school year. This is primarily a realignment of your existing workforce. Realignment of the workforce is necessary to meet the needs of the school district for the upcoming school year in keeping with the enrollment of students and the available funding. Certainly, a number of employees in Raleigh County Schools are impacted by the superintendent's recommendations. The good news is, however, that given the number of current vacancies in Raleigh County Schools, nearly all of the employees impacted will have an opportunity for employment with Raleigh County Schools for the upcoming school year. Based on the superintendent's projections, if her recommendations for realignment are approved, there will be 78 professional contracts terminated for lack of need, but there are 70 projected vacancies to be filled for the upcoming school year. As for service personnel, the projection is a net loss of only 1 position, due in large part due to 48 projected service personnel vacancies for the upcoming school year. Unfortunately, school laws prevent the school district from simply transferring employees into current vacancies. Instead, those employees whose contracts are terminated for lack of need will need to bid on those vacancies for which they are certified. Even though realignment of the workforce brings change, the end result of this realignment plan is expected to be that most all of the employees impacted will be employed for the upcoming school year, but many will be in a position different from the current school year. So moving on to Ms. Sexton's specific case, Ms. Sexton in the packet on Part 2 will have her individual information, her contract of employment, her current position or assignment, certificates and endorsements, and the letters that she's received that led to this hearing here today. And I will just say as a general overview, Ms. Sexton is on a continuing contract of employment with the school district, a 200-day contract, and it's effective, the continuing contract on July 1st, 2021. The recommendation is going to be for her to be placed on transfer. She is currently, her current assignment is the art teacher at Ridgeview Elementary School. So that's what would the recommendation would be. Now, the letter that was sent to her, which is in the packet, cites the reasons for this recommendation. It's due to declining student enrollment countywide and an increase in the number of employees in excess of the public school support program or the state aid formula, and decreased need for sections of special classes at Ridgeview Elementary for the 25-26 school year. This position will be recommended for elimination, and the Ms. Sexton will be put on the transfer list. Okay, so just in that regard, what the evidence, again, if the witnesses were to testify, we would present, and again, we can make them available for cross-examination if necessary. But students at your 17 elementary schools are offered as few as one or as many as 4 special classes or specials, as they call it, and that's currently, which consist of physical education or PE, which is mandatory. So we won't really talk about PE a whole lot through this presentation. But there are 3 optional specials. The STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So that is like a 5-part STEAM. And then there's art separately, and then there's music separately. So the additional, setting aside PE, their optional special would be STEAM, art, and music. PE is required, as I said, for all students. It's offered at all 17 elementary schools. But declining enrollment has reduced the specials at the classes, and in order for the schedules and things to work at the schools and to coordinate that, the specials, the number of specials or the options that are being given are being recommended to be reduced at some of your schools. And here's what the lineup is, if you will. 2 of your 17 elementary schools offer only 1 special. It's PE, the mandatory special. That's Clear Fork and Marsh Fork. The majority of your elementary schools, 11 of the 17, offer 2 specials. The required PE and either music or STEAM. And it's about split between music and STEAM. 1 of your 17 schools, Fairdale, offers 3 specials, PE, STEAM, and music. 3 of your 17 schools still offer 4 specials, PE, STEAM, music, and art. And one of those 3 is Ridgeview, which is the hearing we're here on here today. Now, I will also point out that of your 17 schools, those 3 schools, although many schools offer STEAM, which also includes art, those 3 schools are the only schools of the 17 that offer art. Standalone art, the 3 of the 17. So in this process of reorganizing the number of specials that are offered at schools for scheduling purposes and other things, the principals are asked to recommend which of the 4 specials in these 3 cases, other than the PE, the required one, that would be reduced for the coming school year. And they looked at their schools, and they didn't all make the same decision. They looked at their schools, they looked at the needs in their schools, they looked at the demand in their schools, and how those specials classes were were working in the schools and with the students and what the best thing was for the school for the coming school year. So in this particular case, at Ridgeview Elementary, the recommendation of the principal was to eliminate the optional art special. And you know, art, I mean, obviously is very important, you know, to folks. I mean, but, you know, art is also offered as part of the STEAM. And then, of course, art can be offered in regular curriculum as well. So it's not that there were only 3 schools that were even having an art option exercised out of the 17. And this one, they chose not to have it. So Ms. Sexton, as I mentioned, is the art teacher at Ridgeview. And with, you know, with board approval, this recommendation, she would be placed on the transfer list as an art teacher, which is her certification area. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I just want to say again is, you know, the recommendation here has nothing to do with job performance or Ms. Sexton's job performance at Ridgeview. It's just a reorganization and realignment of the workforce with regards to the specials, and it's designed to meet the needs of the students. Countywide, the superintendent, of course, and the school board, I know we're here on a specific, and these are very personal to everyone, a hearing, it's an individual, it's their job, it's very important to them. Their job, you know, their role is very important to the school district. Of course, when these realignment plans are reviewed by the superintendent and by the board, you look at the county-wide picture. You have to look at, you know, all the schools county-wide, and, you know, the reduction of the 3 schools from 4 optional specials to 3 will put them, you know, more in line uniformity-wise, county-wide as well. So I know everything's not exactly the same at every school, but there is a pretty wide disparity here between the schools and the county as far as the specials that are being offered. So again, here, you know, Ms. Sexton would be placed on the transfer list as an art teacher in your school district, because she would retain a position for the coming school year. She would just be placed on transfer. That's the presentation of the administration's case. Again, the superintendent and Director Simonko are here and present if there would be any questions about anything that I've presented there or any additional information that you'd like to have. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sexton, your representative have an opening statement.
Yes, thank you all. Y'all have a strong community here. I have to say, I've never seen a level of support for your staff, especially in other counties. I mean, this county specifically, I've seen a level of support I've never seen elsewhere. And I think it tells itself to the fact that staff that you have here go the extra mile every step of the way. Now, specifically to the position, you know, we can speak on the disparity in the county on what schools have what schools don't have what. I'm always of the mindset of, if you see something in a school and it's working, the students love it, the community loves it, it's a net positive for that community and that school and those students. Disparity aside, I think we need to look at that again as an opportunity rather than a difficult decision. See something that's working and do what we can to move others up to that position rather than bring everything down to a homogeneous level, because I can see on the exhibits Hope Scholarship numbers are listed. If we start spiraling ourselves down to the bare bones, here's what we're required to have, here's at minimum what we have to offer. You go down to the bare bones, how long are we going to let ourselves snowball to the point that more and more and more people take up this school choice initiative? It is a snowball effect. And taking things down to the bare minimum, taking away the joy of the kids It was said at a board meeting that many, many, many kids don't come to school and find enjoyment in the core classes, in the math, in the reading. There's a good portion of kids that come to school and find enjoyment, joy, passion for these specials. And the more specials we have, we know we have a diverse group of students. We do. Incredibly diverse. So the more diversity in the specials we can offer, the more that we can work with our students and propel them to where their specific talents lie. So I will let Ms. Sexton handle the specifics on her position in a brief opening.
Being an art teacher, I have visuals that I would love to give you as I talk, if that's okay. I want to give you some visuals so you can see what I'm talking about. And some letters. I'm a part of the West Virginia Art Education Association. I have several letters from them speaking up about the importance of arts for our county. I can pass it out. It's okay.
This would be exhibit, you can say this will be marked exhibit 10.
So we're going to mark this Exhibit A for your case.
Exhibit A, that's what you said.
Yeah, or 1. Let's change it to 1. Exhibit 1. Thank you. Oh, there's 2. Oh, there's 2 here. So it would be Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
This is 1.
Okay.
This is 2. That's what we have here. Employee, what we call it, respond. Employee. This one is 1. This is 2.
Thanks. Well, I've never done a hearing before, so if my opening statement is too long, I apologize. I really appreciate you saying this has nothing to do with my job performance. Because when you guys came and cut my job, it felt like it was against my job performance. Because I debated back and forth for the past weeks if I should stand up and appeal for my job or not, because I am going to be transferred. Countless sleepless nights wrestling with the thought, what is the right thing to do? Should I stand up for what I believe in or succumb to my job being cut, which honestly felt like defeat? When I was told the news art was recommended to be cut from Ridgeview, I felt like 7 years of dedication and love for my job went up in smoke. 450 students, 2 of them of my own, flashed through my mind. What's going to become of their creativity? How will they be able to express their emotions when words fail? So I want to be here today to stand up to be a voice for all these kids that can't be here today and all the community. I understand why my job is recommended to be cut. The numbers have been decreased. Ridgeview has seen an increase over the past 3 years of students. So much so we got an assistant principal back this year because of our increase. And we are projected to have another extra preschool next year too, which would mean more kids and a lot of overflow classes. We are one of 2 elementary schools in the county that has a pre-K special needs program. Several of these students are nonverbal and have the benefit of having an art class to express the words they cannot say. The 2 students on the front page of your pamphlet are 2 students that have trouble focusing and they scream, but when they get art in their hands, they stop. And they're able to slow down and speak words especially the little girl on the left. She calls me Art. She knows I'm Art. And she wants to take me directly to the paints because it helps. But other than that, if I don't give her those paints, she's screaming. So it's just a really wonderful program for the special needs kids. According to the Raleigh County Board of Education website for the pre-K standards, it says pre-K students should be immersed in an art-rich environment. Children develop many life skills through very creative experiences. Experiences in the arts support brain development, increased persistence, analysis of cause and effect, and self-confidence. The arts provide foundations for innovation in later years. You can just go ahead and flip to the next page, and this is the regular pre-K classroom, and their arts expression being immersed in their art-rich environment, developing their fine motor skills that they need for their lifelong experiences. But not only do pre-K students benefit from art, but children with autism, anxiety, depression, stress, and physical health issues. Studies show that art helps in reducing symptoms of anxiety, depression, and stress by 73%, especially amongst children diagnosed with autism. Art provides an outlet for self-expression and emotional release. If you flip again to the next few pages of The Man in the Wheelchair, that is one of my favorite artists, Henri Matisse. He is no longer alive, but when he was a well-known artist, and he is in that wheelchair because he has cancer and he loved nature. And so he created a new art style to bring the outside world to him to help him cope through his illnesses. And I get to teach this to these children at Ridgeview, that they can use art to cope through whatever they are going through. And you can see the little student example right here. We did exactly what Henri Matisse did. We cut paper, we pinned them, and made a jigsaw puzzle with the pieces. And they were able to express through art their emotions and create joy for their life through an art project. Let's see. If we continue, I had a pre-K student also, we did a project and I wanted them to use a collar to represent how they feel. And I read a little book to them from Dr. Seuss, many color days during Dr. Seuss week. And a 4-year-old picked the color blue and said, I picked blue because my mommy left me and I feel sad. But I pick yellow because I love my school. And I had a second grader also do the same project, and he said, I pick red because I am mad every day. These kids were able to convey what they're feeling and being able to express themselves through art when they might not be able to get that in math or in technology or in other activities. They're able to come to my room and cope with what they're going through so that they can do their best on their tests. I do a lot of contests and with my school, a lot of different things through community. So I have pictures of all of my students that have represented Raleigh County schools. If you flip to the page with the fire marshal at the top, that little girl in first grade won a project for the West Virginia State Fire Marshal, and the State Fire Marshal visited our school. And she's not the only winner we've had. We've had 2 others. These kids got to be represented in our county through this contest. If you flip the page, there are more. I love to do the arts in the park because the winners, they not only do the students learn about art, but they learn about plant life in West Virginia. So when spring comes, they get to go outside and look for the flower. They drew an art class and know the power of what this flower can do. These art winners are featured in Tamarack and our art gallery. They get to experience what it could be like doing art as a career with all the other local artists in Tamarack. These are different students that have won. Some have won Best of Show and actually got to sell their piece at Tamarack and experience the real live artist feeling of what it is to be, a creator. If you turn the page, you guys just gave two of my students certificates last month. The Beckley Water Company. You guys, I've received 2 certificates for 2 of my students yesterday, signed by all of the board members to give. They won the Beckley Water Calendar Contest and have their artwork featured in the calendar. And I really appreciate those certificates. I gave it to them during lunchtime, and the whole cafeteria was applauding them on. I participate in 3 different youth art months. The one here for Raleigh County Schools, West Virginia Art Education Association, and the Youth Art Month Tamarack has. And so these students get to come with their families to these art events and be recognized for their accomplishments. The next page, I have a cake that was first place in the West Virginia Art Education. This student won $100 to buy art supplies, and he bought and he drew a picture first thing to give me to thank me for what I do for him. That's my little girl on the bottom. She had her artwork represented at the Clay Center. So not just her, but other students get their art represented at the Clay Center in Charleston, the Arts for All. So not only do they get to go, families get to go to this fun children's exhibit, they get to see their art, they get to spend time with their kids because of the art program at Ridgeview Elementary. Next page is just all the award winners at the Arts in the Park at Tamarack and their beautiful art on exhibit. If you turn to the page with the little drawing at the top and the girl at the bottom, the drawing is our state does a program called Kids Kick Opioids, where they get to draw a picture and make a statement of why it's important to say no to drugs. And out of the 2,000 entries our state receives, I had only 60 winners. I had 2 students represented from our school about the importance of saying no to drugs and their artwork on display at the state capitol. That is just such a major, beautiful thing for our county, how much they get to be represented, and these families that get to go to the Capitol and see their child's work. These children get to say, hey, I remember what I did in art class, and I remember my art teacher telling me I don't need to do drugs, and I remember the artwork I made to make a point. And this is going to stick with them. And the little girl on the bottom, she just got her little dream catcher right there. She's being nationally recognized by the National Art Education Association for her artwork. It just went to Kentucky for the National Art Conference. If you take this away, none of this will happen anymore for Ridgeview Elementary and Raleigh County Schools. If you turn the page, you will see teachers helping me hang a school-wide art show at my school. With over 450 kids, I take 2 artworks from each and every student and hang all their work. So that's over 900 artworks. And I have a night of the arts where parents and families get to come. People donate food and they can snack and they just have a beautiful night of the arts. No matter if they're talented or not, they get to be a part of something. And that will be gone without my job there. The little pre-K students at the bottom made artwork for the Oak Hill Place, for the assisted living residents, and they loved it so much that they gave them cards back in return. So I give my students opportunities to be a part of the community and make a difference through art. If you turn the page, I have an art club. And I take my students, an art club, and we paint murals in the community. I design projects and tell them what kind of message could we use with our art that the community can see to make a difference when they pass by that and be inspired. And so we designed a paper together. It says, "Rise and shine. Rise up and let your light shine against the darkness of opioid addiction, and let your light shine that you can overcome this addiction." So this mural is my students that I took on the rails to trails, where there's a lot of heavy drug traffic that could happen. And there is a news article, the Register Herald featured an article on this. It is attached on the back, at the pamphlet. You can read it later. But the parents and the community got together and were involved of making a difference through art. And that's not the only mural. We also have one, if you turn the page, to where it says, "Love rescues hearts and changes lives." Another one, another next year where we fight addiction. These kids, I pick kids specifically that I know have a home life where they're battling this at home, and I give them a chance to remember my art teacher loves me. And she says I can overcome, and I can make art to overcome. And some of these students in this picture, after we painted this mural, they came to me 2 years later and said, Mom's off drugs. And I gave the little boy a hug, and I said, I'm so happy. And his mom was standing right beside him. But, I mean, we have, art is, you can really make a difference with art. If you turn the page, my art club also made handmade cards for the residents in our local nursing home. And I have a student here with me today that helped hand deliver and make these cards, and words from her and all these other kids is like, this was one of the best moments because every single resident smiled. They got to see real life situations that were hard, but they also got to see how the power of art can make somebody's life change. And the residents adored it, adored the cards. If you turn the page, there's my art club students also painting the windows for Christmas. I do this on my own time. I don't have time for in my regular class day, so I pull anytime I pull on my own time because it's not required of me to do an art club. I do this because I love my job. Also, for the past 4 years, you guys have asked me to make designs for the Teacher of the Year banquets and the Service Person now of the Year banquets, and I have one of their artworks featured. And I have them in my room displayed. Parents and the kids they love these opportunities from you guys to make these art. If you turn the page, Appalachian Regional Hospital asked me and my students to make ornaments for their Christmas tree, and they gave us an appreciation award. So these students got to go to the hospital and see all their artwork on the tree. Some of these students even have family members that might be at this hospital, and their art got to cheer up the patients. When our school was designed, I was asked to help design the mural that hangs on the wall permanently. And I painted the inside of that wolf with a rendition from Vincent van Gogh, The Starry Night. So my artwork and my name will always be on that building. And these kids will always remember me no matter what. And I am very thankful for that and that opportunity. If you turn the page, you'll see my rewards. I'm a member of the West Virginia Art Education Association, and I have been awarded Elementary Art Teacher of the Year 3 years. I've been teaching elementary art for 10 years. So I've been awarded in 2017, 19, and 2022 Elementary Art Teacher of the Year. I know I will be transferred to another position, but I really love the little kids, and it would be hard to transition from kids, from snotty-nosed children to young adults. I mean, I would do my job, but my heart is with elementary. And you're making me go to a position that I've never been in other than student teaching. And I just wanted to make that note. I participate in the Run Club. I help with another organization I do on my own time. We do a Run Club with the kids, and there's art projects for these kids that Active West Virginia do. I have an article attached on the back of this there was what does running the bridge Bridge Day 5K look like to you? And I had students participate in this contest, and my daughter won. She got to have a lovely article written about her, and me and her got 2 free tickets to run in the 5K. So I'm a parent too, so I got to be a part of this community. My daughter got to have this beautiful experience, and my students can still keep having this experience if Art stays at Ridgeview Elementary. We have a women's resource center that a lot of our kids, we have kids from this place, and I do directed painting drawings. If you turn the page, I raise money with the staff for this women's resource center, so our kids that come from there can have backpacks and clothes and shoes on their feet, because you don't know where they're coming from. I also have a very crazy little boy named Asher, who's going to be starting at Ridgeview next year in kindergarten. And ever since I returned back from maternity leave, the students asked how he was doing. Well, if you have a little boy, or you know how little boys are, they're quite mischievous. And so my students really loved his mischievousness. So he became known as Asher Disaster, and making messes all the time. If you turn the page, these stories still happen, and he's been for 5 years now. These kids love to hear my stories of Asher at the end of class, and I tell them, and they love it so much that I wrote a book, and I illustrated a book called Asher the Disaster. And this is my artwork on the next page. I show the kids how much they encourage me, how much they make me laugh at Asher's messes and not be such an angry mom. And a few of my words that I share in my book at the very end, after I share all the messes and all my angry mom moments, I say, at long last, she plopped down so woefully weary after cleaning his messes so wet and smeary. She took a deep breath and asked God in faith to increase her patience and allow room for grace, because her anger didn't do any good toward her playful sons whom she misunderstood. For when Asher made disasters, Mom knew by heart he was a special boy to be set apart from yelling and fussing, so he'll discover the child inside, his own person to uncover. One day Asher would grow up and be an adult, and his many adventures would be the result of a mom who found laughter in the disasters, since her students helped her see what really mattered. Not messes, not chaos, nor rooms with debris, but seeing the world as my students see. By leaving room for discoveries, indeed, they will grow up into who they're truly meant to be. So to my students here and kids from afar, you must always stay true to who you are. Always look up, beam with brilliance like the stars, and let your light shine from the dreams in your heart. I love what I do, and I love my kids, and it's more than just a job. I treat them as my own. Okay, sorry. Okay, and if you turn the page, last but not least, we got to talk about the garden, okay? So when Ridgeview was built, we were given 6 raised garden beds for our school, because it was a new school, new things to do, and they were filled with fresh dirt, and they sat vacant for 4 years. Nobody did anything with these garden beds because it's not part of a class. It's something somebody has to do on their outside time, which we know as teachers, it's hard to find the extra time. Well, my little girl, she has type 1 diabetes, and she was diagnosed with 2 more illnesses, and I felt led through scripture to grow a garden through her illnesses. I never grew a garden in my life. And so I grew a garden to help me cope with the trials of everything going on. I learned I journaled, I learned so many valuable lessons, and I prayed, and I felt like I'm going to tackle the school garden. I'm going to turn those beds to life. And so with the help of the community, with Pretty's Lumber, with parents, we did. They donated fencing, and we put fence up for these gardens to keep the deer out. Parents came and tilled the garden. Parents came and turned all those weeds. I give these kids seeds, and I teach them how to grow them. Right now's the time for these seeds to be put in cups and start growing because they take a long process and they grow in my window. And the kids get to talk to the plants and they get to see what they're doing grow. If you turn the page, I teach them not only how to sow the seeds, I teach them how to water them, how to prepare them for the outside world. You see the cart, they have to be made ready for life outside in the sunshine. The picture below is the community helping out. If you turn the page, there are little children over the summer. I take my time over the summer to come and every week, and staff volunteers, I couldn't do it without the staff. We take turns during the week and the kids get to come weed. They get to learn how to pull weeds. They get to learn how to prune and cut back what they learn how to grow their own food all on their own time. And they get to take these vegetables home. If you turn the page, you'll see pickles. These kids get to make pickles at home with their family. They get to make salsa. They bring me back zucchini bread. They like, look what I made with my mom. Look what I made with my aunt. You know the man from that gave the speech from the young writers last night at the board meeting? He was there. He comes to the garden. This not only affects the students at my school, but it affects the community. I discovered last night that those weren't his sisters that he's coming with, which I thought were his sisters, but his cousins, because I was graciously got to hear his story. And he gets to, not only him, but friends, family of the whole community where Ridgeview is, get to come to the garden. And without me there, I really don't believe this garden will continue, because after sitting vacant for 4 years, I really don't see teachers having the time to include, as they have to include art into their classroom now and including the garden into their classroom. And I have the availability to do this with every single kid in the school. If you turn the page, that's my own artwork I just finished from the garden. I drew some tomatoes with raindrops on them, and I titled it Sow in Tears, Reap in Joy, because I learned through the garden that no matter what you're going through, no matter how much pain, sometimes waiting for that good fruit to produce is really worth the taste in the end. And it's just like these kids, they're going through all kinds of problems and things they're experiencing, and they're worth waiting for and helping them grow, just like these little plants in the garden. And these are, I have student art examples, but I have one more long opening statement. There is a quote I found really awesome in this book I read called The God of the Garden by Andrew Peterson. He talks about the soil in the garden. He says a teaspoon of garden soil contains hundreds of millions of microbes, which means that gardeners tend to have a wider variety of gut bacteria, one of those being called Mycobacterium. And when it gets under your fingernails, it releases serotonin into your system, which is a natural antidepressant. And according to the book, The Well-Guarded Mind, our bodies experience healing merely being near the color green, the nature's restorative effects on the cardiovascular system. It's crazy, but it's almost like God knew what he was doing when he made humans to be gardeners in the first place. So that man that was here last night, that young man that came to my garden, I know without a doubt when he got dirt under his fingernails, he felt better. I know without a doubt the artist Henri Matisse and many other artists in our history, when they go out into nature and they paint it, they see that color green, they get joy. I know without a doubt that my job and what I do is way more than just a number. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So, administration, do you have a witness? Okay. So, do you have any witnesses?
Sorry, I turned that off.
Sorry?
Sorry. We didn't have any additional witnesses to call.
Yeah, so you have a witness?
Yes, we'd like to call Sandy Shaw as the first
Sandy
witness.
Shaw. Yeah. Push that button to turn on the mic.
That do it?
There you go.
Okay, so I'll just be asking a few questions as a witness. What is your position? What's your relationship to Miss Sexton?
I'm a retired art teacher, and Kim did her student teaching with me. So I got to witness her as a young teacher. And then we've been in the same professional organization, WVAEA. I got to present her Elementary Art Educator Award from our organization. I've attended conference with her. I've taken workshops from her. She's the only other teacher in this entire county, other than now Holly Bess Kincaid and myself, who even bother to go to the West Virginia Art Education State Conference. She's one of three who sent work this year to the state art show, two of which are on the RIF list. So I substituted for her in her classroom when she had Asher, the disaster. So I've seen her organization in the classroom. I know what she does in the classroom. And we share a relative. And so we see each other often throughout the school year, even often throughout the year without even being in school. But I've known Kim, you could hear through her voice, the cracks in her voice, how dedicated she is. And I just have to say something. What she does in the classroom is pretty incredible. What she does outside the classroom is even more incredible. But I know during these RIF situations that it's not the quality of the program that matters. I know it. It's been proven over and over and over again. But I'm telling you, he said that the regular classrooms could teach art. They're not going to get the backstory of Henri Matisse in a regular classroom. It's unfair to the classroom teacher to be overburdened more by having to teach other curriculum. Can I just tell a story, just real quick? When I taught at Shady Junior High, somebody got the bright idea, and you all know me. You know I was Teacher of the Year in 2009. I'm nationally board certified. I've been recognized nationally. But somebody got the idea in 2000, when I taught at Shady Junior High, that it would be a good idea for 6 weeks. We had 6 weeks terms instead of quarters then. And somebody decided it'd be a good idea for one of those 6 weeks for me to teach math prep for kids to pass the math test, standardized test. As a person who made a D double minus in her high school algebra class, because then we gave letter grades, and the teacher didn't want to do that to either one of us again. She gave me a D double minus so I would never have to take Algebra 1 again. What those kids got from me in math is what they already knew when they walked in my door. I was such a fish out of water, and I was so incompetent in teaching math. Why don't people understand that it's the same way with art? We have our own curriculum. We have our own language. It takes a professional to teach those skills. I just don't understand why art always is the extra or the special. You heard from Kim what she does. It's irreplaceable what she does. Next question.
All right, so just briefly, we know that Ms. Sexton is being put on transfer.
Yes.
So speaking to the position itself at Ridgeview, just briefly, why do you think that the Cutting of the Art program at Ridgeview, why do you think that it would be detrimental to the community, and why?
Well, you heard everything she just said. It's absolutely going to be detrimental to art feeds everything else. It feeds everything else. It teaches transferable skills. I taught at Woodrow. I could tell those kids that came from Bradley Elementary that had elementary art versus kids from the other elementary schools who never had elementary art. Their skill level, their decision making, their confidence in using their hands was so far above anybody else who had not had those. You know, an elementary program where they go pre-K through fifth grade all year long versus middle school where they have it 9 weeks for 2 years. The background, the communication skills, everything is elevated. You know, it's the arts feed everything. The artists are the ones who keep our culture and our history. That cannot be dismissed. It cannot be dismissed. Ridgeview loves their art program. I've taught at Ridgeview. I taught for her for a year, and it darn near killed me. I was used to teaching high school, and after the first week at Ridgeview, I had to go get new shoes because I had blisters on the bottom of my feet. I had no idea what elementary art teachers went through. And I never sat down at my school either. So, I mean, what she does is phenomenal. But I know that that doesn't matter, and that makes me want to scream. Honestly, it makes me want to scream. Because no matter how educated she is, she always goes after the professional development. She's at every conference. She has an artwork at the Beckley Arts Center coming up where she shows her own work. So, you know, I don't know many math teachers who go home and do math problems in their spare time to relax. It's contained within the classroom. The math is. The history is. The English is. It's contained within the classroom. Art feeds everything. And it's in everything. And to expect a general classroom teacher to teach that, you know what's going to happen. They're going to get coloring sheets at the end of the day as a reward for good behavior. That is not a comprehensive art program. I think what you guys need to do is put art in every elementary school. You've heard me say this before. Not cut any arts, but for God's sake, at least do no more harm. Let Ridgeview keep their program.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
You know, redirect.
No, no Red Cross.
Do you have any other witnesses?
We'll call Alyssa Walker. All right, thank you. Could you please state your name again and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
My name is Alyssa Walker, and I am one of her students.
Now, just briefly, like it was mentioned, Ms. Sexton's going to be put on transfer, so she'll have a position somewhere else. But can you speak on if you think cutting the art class at Ridgeview is a bad thing and why?
It is a very bad thing because without the art program, kids won't know how to express their emotions, and they'll let their emotions build up and likely take them out on others. And that's not healthy.
And do you feel that art has also helped you in your other classes?
Yes, it helps me focus throughout the day because we have art at the beginning. It helps me focus throughout the day and it makes me excited to come to school because art is my favorite program.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
I don't have any questions. Yeah.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, I just want to get that on the record. I didn't have any questions.
We'll call Kirsten Turton. All right, we're going to be following the same pattern, so just heads up. Could you please state your name again and your relationship to Miss Sexton?
My name is Kristen Turton. I am a mother of 5, 2 of which she has taught in art class at Ridgeview, and 1 is a best friend to Asher, the disaster.
All right, and just to reiterate, we know that Miss Sexton is going to be put on transfer, so just speaking on the position itself at Ridgeview, do you feel that the cutting of the position at Ridgeview is detrimental to the community and the students, and why?
100% detrimental. Yes. And as you had said earlier, and as well as Miss Shaw, is that her name, Miss Shaw, that had to leave? You were speaking earlier with your opening, talking about how only a couple of the classes have the mandatory gym, not any of the extras. One, art is not an extra. Art is my 9-year-old that Miss Sexton does teach. He is my biological nephew that I adopted, as well as my 5-year-old. There were drugs in the home. Thankfully, my brothers are clean now. However, they were not. And we had a lot of issues teaching Zen, getting him caught up, which is our 9-year-old, getting him caught up to where he is at. And a lot of the ways that we have learned to help teach him to cope, he learned through his therapy and through Miss Sexton's art classes. There, I could list for hours the different types of techniques that he has learned. We have a whole mental toolbox, as we call it, through his occupational therapy, his speech therapy, his trauma therapy, his PCIT. But his go-to is always his art first and foremost. If he's having a hurricane brain day, he says, "Mom, you know what? I just need to create. I need to get stuff out of my brain." And I'm like, "What do you need to do that with?" Sometimes he chooses clay. Sometimes he chooses crayons and markers. And he can tell you what they are and why they're different. Because of Miss Sexton, she is invaluable. The art classes are invaluable. So instead of trying to take something that is so good for all students, but especially students that have come with a rough background, why shouldn't we be trying to get those 1 or 2 classes or 1 or 2 schools that only do gym because it's mandatory? How many of those students are having issues at home? How many of those students could benefit from art? You guys are looking at art like it's a negative, and it's not. Art in some ways is the only thing that gets my son through the day, as well as my daughter. But I'm speaking more on my son because of his background. I've had him since he was 3. Miss Sexton has taught him such valuable life lessons. He doesn't have his tantrums anymore. He doesn't have so many of the issues that he started with because of what he's learned and how he's been able. He's actually the one that spoke last night. That one. That's him. You couldn't have paid him in Disney currency to get him to speak, even a couple years ago. He doesn't talk in front of crowds. He's very backwards. But whenever he found out about Miss Sexton, he had asked day one, can I go talk about my teacher? Can I go help my teacher? Because she helps us. I want to do my part. So I think we need to more focus on bringing art into the other schools versus taking them away. Because Miss Sexton also isn't just an art teacher. Like she said, she does run clubs, she does gardening. She puts her entire soul into these students and into the school. And without her, you're going to have to knock Ridgeview down a block or two because it won't be as good. It won't be the same.
I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Josie Showalter.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
Josie Showalter. Our children used to go to daycare together. My daughter Mercy and her son Asher, the disaster.
He's making a name for himself.
I also, prior to enrolling in Ridgeview, was at a private school where all of our kids were at daycare together in a different location.
Okay. And same as before, just briefly, we know that Ms. Sexton's being put on transfer, and she will have a position elsewhere. So can you just speak on the position itself at Ridgeview, and if you think it's detrimental for that art position to be cut, and why?
Yeah. Oh, I'm shaky. This is not my thing, but she's worth facing the fear for. Okay. Better? Yes. Okay. Like I said, we were previously enrolled in a private school. We decided to enroll in public school, and from the moment Miss Sexton found out about it, she went above and beyond. That quickly became my son's favorite class. He is pretty gifted in art. He's very talented with it. If, I've got some bias there, but he's pretty good. And it does take a specific skill set to teach art. You would not have a science teacher go teach Spanish. You would not have a basketball coach go on your football fields. So I think an art teacher should stay in an art classroom. And I said I was previously enrolled in private school. We came to public. Teachers like Miss Sexton are what was motivating us to stay that route after we enrolled. She is Ridgeview Elementary. Everything about her, the time she gives inside of her classroom, outside of her classroom, her students adore her, her coworkers adore her. She made the transition seamless and gave us so much peace about it. I texted her after I dropped him off the first day, like, I am sobbing because we were so scared to do this, and you have made all the difference. It's not going to make it. She is one of the reasons that we have stayed put once we transferred into public school. And to take that will, I know everybody's worried about numbers and budgets, but that's not going to help. There's no other way to put it.
Okay. And just real quick, from your viewpoint, looking at your child being in the public school, do you feel that having this art class is also benefiting them in their other classes?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I do. We, that's something that the public schools can use as leverage. Where we were at, we did have the smaller class sizes, but we didn't have those specials offered. He didn't have a specialized art class. He didn't have opportunities like that. And I've seen a very big improvement in his math and reading skills as well, because he has an outlet and he has a place to build his confidence, because we're not just shoving things down his throat like that he's struggling with, we're giving him this class that he's also excelling in. So I think it's been beneficial.
Okay, and I'll just say diversity of specials offered at Ridgeview, was that a draw for you to enter
100%.
into public education?
Mhm. Yes. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
You have any cross?
I don't have any cross-examination. Thank you.
Do you have any other witnesses?
I will call David Turton. Okay, could you please state your name again and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
I'm David Turton. My son and daughter attend Ridgeview, and they enjoy her classes.
Okay, and as stated before, I'll just repeat myself. Ms. Sexton is being put on transfer. So just speaking on the position itself at Ridgeview, do you think that the cutting of the position at Ridgeview, the art position at Ridgeview, is detrimental, and why do you believe so?
It definitely is. I grew up in an education system in Massachusetts, which usually has a very strong public school system, and it was very diverse. There was a lot of different things to entertain the students, to help them grow and develop as individuals. And right now it's art. It's the things that are easy to cut. But when we start doing those, you talk about like 15 years ago, from 15 years ago, we have a steady decline. So when you have those things, you start cutting what you consider fringe. Eventually, another 10, 15 years, we'll start talking about cutting public schools in general, because we've just reduced them to gamification, where all the students do is take tests. They need something to enjoy. They need something to help develop their life and learn to express themselves. Because no one here ever grew up wanting to take a test. Everybody grows up wanting to dream big. They're all drawing pictures of being astronauts, of doctors. And that's where it starts. They learn how to express themselves before they have the ability to put it into words. And that's necessary.
Okay, I have no further question.
You have anything?
I have no cross-examination. Thank you.
Call Rachel Kittle. Okay, could you please state your name again and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
My name is Rachel Kittle, and I'm a parent with currently 2 students at Ridgeview Elementary, soon to be 3.
All right, and as stated before, Ms. Sexton's being put on transfer, so she will have a position elsewhere. But can you speak to the position itself at Ridgeview and why you believe that position being cut would be, or do you think the position being cut would be detrimental, and why?
Just to give a little bit of background, my oldest daughter, Hadley, she started out in private school. She started her kindergarten year in private school. We transferred over to public school. She attended Hollywood Elementary to start. So one of those schools that you mentioned that did not have a specific art program, she was at a school that did not have a specific art program. It was taught in the classroom. We recently moved within the past few years, and we are able to attend Ridgeview, which is a wonderful school that does have an art program and a STEAM program and a music program, and of course the PE program. And speaking specifically on art, I just also want to make mention during opening statements, it was said time and time again, this is not personal. This is the numbers. We're looking at enrollment. We're looking at budgets. It is personal, and it should be personal. These are our kids. This is our future of our communities. These are our future leaders, and it absolutely should be personal. And you're not taking away, she has a wonderful work performance, but to sit there and say that this is not personal, I don't agree with, because it absolutely is personal. When you take away programs like the art program at Ridgeview Elementary and you transfer her, yes, she gets to keep a job, but our students no longer have art at that moment in time. Art is so important, because not all kids excel in things like math and reading and the different core subject areas. But the one good thing about art is it incorporates reading, it incorporates math, you're using angles, it incorporates science, what different colors mixed together, new colors, things like that. But it also teaches life skills. You know, the one thing about art, you're working with clay or you're working, you know, with pencils and things like that, and you make a mistake in art, that mistake is no longer a mistake. You can turn it into something else that's beautiful. These kids are able to excel in that. And I know Mr. Snuffer, he had an article that was on the news in some of the newspapers talking about special education funding and how it's so important for us to have more resources for special education. You take our art program away, and it puts more strain on our other special teachers. You take our art program away, and it takes another opportunity away from our special education students to have an inclusive environment. You know, not all of these kids get to stay in a classroom for core subject areas, but what they all can do is they can all go to art. They can all go to our specials. You start with art, and it's going to continue. And as far as enrollment, our enrollment's up. It's trending upward. So to look whole county, I think you need to be looking at, you know, what's happening at specific schools, what schools need. And we want to bring up Clear Fork and Marsh Fork. And I'm not sure what their enrollment numbers are, but to sit there and say, well, they don't have this. Okay, well, why don't they? Why are our kids not being given that opportunity to have art in every school? Because they should. They absolutely should. There has to be a better way. There has to be a different way. And we have to look at this as what our kids need and what is important for our kids, and not just bottom line, what looks good on paper. Because our kids are important, and this is personal. And I want it to be known that cutting this art program will be so detrimental to not only our school and our community, but future students like that little tiny baby sitting back there that loves to draw, that loves to paint, that will never get that opportunity. Because let's be honest, the amount of workload that's been piled on general education teachers over the past 5 to 10 years is crazy. There's no way that they are going to be able to teach art appropriately in the general ed classroom. And our kids need that outlet, and they need Miss Sexton, and Ridgeview needs Miss Sexton.
Okay, and just very briefly, you had mentioned having at least one of your children enrolled in private school previously, correct?
Yes. And just to mention, that was before Hope Scholarship, so I was paying out of pocket for that.
And in that private school setting, did you notice a similar level of diversity of specials being offered in that setting?
No. And like the other lady had mentioned, smaller class sizes, it was great. One of the good things that public school has, as of now, hopefully it continues, but at the rate we're going, I'm not so sure. The advantage public school has is we have things like the art program that you don't get at places like Greater Beckley Christian School, which is where my daughter came from. That was taught in the classroom, not a pull-out program.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next witness, may I ask for a very quick 5-minute recess for a restroom break? Oh, sorry. May I ask for a very quick 5-minute recess for a restroom break?
Is it possible that we would take that break following this hearing?
I will do my best.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle Holstein.
I will call Michelle Holstein.
I have my notes on my phone.
All right. Could you please state your name and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
Yes, my name is Michelle Holstein. I'm an itinerant elementary art educator from Kanawha County. I'm also the vice president of the West Virginia Art Education Association, and also will proudly say that I'm an alumni of Clear Fork High School here in Raleigh County. I'm here today to support Kim and make my case for elementary art.
Thank you. And I think we get the idea now on the transfer bit. So can you please just speak briefly on the position at Ridgeview, and do you feel that cutting the art position at Ridgeview would be detrimental, and why?
Yes, I feel positively that cutting the art position will be detrimental to this school, as detrimental as not having an art program in your other schools. I graduated from Concord College in 1992, and I had a degree in elementary education as well as a master's degree in art ed. I taught elementary ed for about 17 years, and I can tell you firsthand, elementary education teachers do not have time to offer a quality art program in their day, as well as STEAM teachers. My best friend's a STEAM teacher, and I developed a STEAM camp that I teach in the summer. But art is just a part of that. It is not a comprehensive program. My specific concern as of late is this. Recent reports indicate a concerning decline in fine motor skills among elementary school students. According to a National Geographic article published last month, educators and researchers have observed that children are increasingly struggling with tasks requiring precise hand movements. The art educator can fix that, can deal with that. We teach that fine motor skills. Art is not just about creativity. It's essential for brain development, motor skills, emotional growth, and social learning. When students engage in art, they activate multiple areas of the brain at once. And strengthen neural pathways. I moved into art education about 10 years ago, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. And I get to come to class every day knowing that I am helping students succeed, not only in art, but in life, in every class. Everything we teach in elementary art goes out into every class with them. It strengthens their brain. It helps them grow. And you can't just shove that learning into another program and say, we offer art. It just doesn't work that way. And I've been in both situations. So I'm speaking from experience. Art, elementary art is important. Kids love it. I teach at 5 schools. I go to a school every day of the week, a different school. And I usually have some kind of art shirt on, and I'm usually doing door duty. And when the kids get off the bus and they see me and they're just like, it's art day, that makes a difference. They know. So taking elementary art out of the classroom, out of the school, will be very detrimental to those kids' development, students' development.
Any redirect?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll call Casey Aldridge, and I'll have my colleague step in for me for just a moment.
Well, hi. Hello. Can you state your name and your relationship to Miss Sexton, please?
My name is Casey Aldrich, and I am the Advocacy Chair for the West Virginia Art Educator Association, as well as the Visual Arts Coordinator for Arts Alive in the state of West Virginia, and I teach middle school in Kanawha County. I'm here to speak in support of and behalf of Miss Kimberly.
Do you think cutting the art program at Ridgeview would be detrimental, and why?
I absolutely 100% do feel that it would be extremely detrimental, not only to the students in her particular class, but the school as a whole. Not just the school as a whole, the community as a whole. Just so you know, I know earlier when you were speaking, you kept, people keep throwing around this term specials. Kimberly is special. Her class is special. But arts as a topic, arts as a class provided is not a special. As of 2020, under the Federal Elementary and Secondary Ed Acts, arts, the visual arts have been officially recognized as a core subject. Now, when things go on the chopping block, math's not on the chopping block. That would save you some money. Science is not on the chopping block. That might also save you some money. It's always the arts that are attacked. Elementary art, we are at extreme deficit in the state of West Virginia. 49 out of 55 counties in our beautiful mountain state do not require you to have a certified art educator in the schools. And I think that's a shame, because it's proven, the data's there. Other people have told you that when you have a strong foundation in the arts, when you have a strong art education, you feed a whole rounded student. You provide and create a whole rounded individual who will go on to be a well-rounded, creative adult, okay? A working part of your society. Students who do not have a basis for visual literacy and struggle in upper grades, they're going to struggle as adults. They become that. They struggle with visual literacy when they do not receive an elementary level of art. So what I want you to keep in mind in specifics when it comes to the arts is arts provide opportunities for cross-curricular learning. A natural thing is to work with science, to work with math, to help enhance those skills of those kids. Now, I also want you to keep in mind it provides for chances of collaboration. We collaborate with other teachers in our school. We collaborate with parents in the environment, or the community, also the environment. But not only that, the kids collaborate with one another and they learn how to work with other people. Now, elementary art is a whole different beast. I teach middle school now, but for 10 years I taught high school. And before that, I taught elementary. There's a reason I don't teach elementary anymore. It's hard, guys. It's hard. You've got little tiny people who rely on you to help guide them as they learn how to do something as basic to you and I as how to hold a pencil, how to hold a pair of scissors, how to make things make sense from their little brains to the paper. You're teaching at the very ground floor and building it up. So I'd love to know why your county, which has the Tamarack, which has these fantastic opportunities for community art, why every single elementary school does not have art. I'm an advocate. I advocate not only for my teachers, though. I advocate for the students in the state of West Virginia to ensure that one day we can look at this and see all the creative, beautiful, inspiring minds that we nurtured that we grew that we provided them with the opportunity to express themselves. You talked about PE is mandatory. Do you want to know who was not a PE person? I don't know if you could tell by looking at me. I am not an athlete. Not every child is. People cater to athletes. They cater to these PE kids. No offense, I know PE is also just as important. But you're leaving behind a big chunk of kids who rely on the arts for their mental health, for their occupational therapy and strength. You deprive kids who can't find the words to articulate like others do in English class. But buddy, you can see them shine in the art room. I believe if you take this program away, you're going to start to see other things go away. Art's just step one. We're the easy one to get rid of. You could tell 100 reasons why. I'll let the science teacher, I'll let the 4th grade teacher teach art in their classroom. When do they have time? So I strongly urge you to reconsider and not only not cut this program, but you really need to take a hard look about how you can better integrate the arts into all of your elementary schools, because it's a darn shame that you don't.
Because he came.
We have no further questions.
No questions.
Call Haley Pierce. All right, can you please state your name and relationship to Ms. Sexton?
My name is Haley Pierce, and my daughter, you guys just heard from her a little bit ago, is a 5th grade student, and we also attend the same church.
All right. And as I said before, we get the whole transfer bit. So can you please just speak on the position itself at Ridgeview Elementary? Why do you believe that cutting the program would be detrimental, and why?
I do believe it would be detrimental. You guys heard from my daughter. I'm letting her miss school to be here, which is a big deal. I'm sure I'll get the truancy letter later. But I have to ask, why are the kids at Ridgeview not important enough to keep this program? Why are these kids not important enough that you can see kids like my daughter who struggle, may have a little anxiety, may need a little help, but Ridgeview's doing that for them. The art program is doing that for them. I mean, it would be detrimental to take it away, but it is also detrimental to not have it in these other schools. Miss Sexton, she is not just a beloved teacher at Ridgeview Elementary. She's not just an instructor. She is a nurturer for dreams and an inspiration for the young minds, particularly my daughter, who has progressed leaps and bounds under her guidance. And now she aspires to new heights, and she wants to become a teacher. The reprehensible possibility of Miss Sexton losing her job and the art program termination is a severe blow to the wholesome education that our children, my child, deserves. She flawlessly handles the school's garden club, art club, and she is instilling invaluable lessons of creativity, beauty, and sustainability. Miss Sexton's efforts extend to the societal contributions as well. She actively engages with the community through church participation, strengthening the communal bond while embodying education and love for all children. Nationally, studies suggest that students who partake in art programs are 4 times more likely to be recognized for the academic achievements, emphasizing the importance of preserving the art program. And you can reference that in the Americans for the Arts. And I just can't understand how we can take that from our children. Without Miss Sexton and the art program that she champions, we risk depriving our children of a holistic educational experience. I'm asking you all to please protect the education and empower our children to explore their creative potential. And the last thing that I do have to say is I understand that cuts need to be made, but enrollment will not increase if you keep making these cuts. We will keep pulling our children out. I know it is a concern of mine. I don't want my daughter to not have a public school education, but if you keep taking away from the public school education, us as parents, we have no choice. And I would ask that let's put together a group of parents and educators to help figure this out. The children of West Virginia deserve more opportunities, not less. I promise you that many of us parents have been budgeting and have been making things happen with little to no money for a long time. So let's come up with a solution together.
And you had mentioned that your daughter wants to become a teacher, correct?
She does.
Okay. Do you believe that without this art program at Ridgeview, she would have that same desire?
She would not. She would not. My daughter loves school. She loves all subjects. She's classified as gifted. She has an IEP, and her favorite part of her day is art. It is the one part of the day where she can express herself, be herself, and she is still learning. I feel like art is looked at as kind of a lack of education. My daughter learns more from art than she does her gifted class, than she does any program that she has at Ridgeview Elementary.
I have no further questions.
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Call Ralph Sears. Okay, thank you. Could you please state your name and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
My name is Ralph Sears. I'm a family member.
And just speaking on the position at Ridgeview, the art position at Ridgeview itself, do you feel that the cutting of that program would be detrimental, and why?
Well, I'd like to give you some history myself. I lived in Fairfax County for 30 years. And I worked federal government 22. I got sick, so I went to be a custodial supervisor for the elementary school. And I can tell you, when you're in charge of the cafeteria and you have children that's allergic to peanut butter and they're allergic to bee stings, you have a lot of responsibility. But these little kids would come in there and they would tell me about their art that they put on the wall. Could you go by and see it? And they were so happy to have that opportunity at that age to show things and be able to do things with their hands. We're so controlled on having a computer in their hands today. These children don't have an opportunity to use their hands. Okay. And the reason I'm speaking today, I've never spoken public my whole life. This is the first time. The gentleman that gave that speech last night, if everybody didn't hear what he said, that was so important for that child. The first thing that was important in his life was going to the skating ring. That was the best day of his life. When I left here, when I was 16, we had the bowling alley. We had the skating ring. We don't have those opportunities anymore for our children at Crab Orchard. I don't even know if we've got a playground that kids can go to during the day just to hang out in the summer. I don't know if your schools are opening that opportunity for them. In Fairfax, we did. All the kids could come and play in any school they wanted to. But I see fences around all these playgrounds. And it's just a shame that we're taking an opportunity from this young lady that loves her job, and she's won art teacher 2 times since she's been a teacher of the year. And the first time I ever attended anything art was last year. I went to the Tamarack to see these kids go up and get their awards. Totally amazing. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I've been to the Smithsonian, I've been down to DC and saw some of the art programs they have down there for the kids, and they push art heavily. After school programs in Fairfax even have art that the kids can go to and be entertained in. But when I heard that child last night say his most happiest moment was going to the skating ring with all the tragedies he had in his life, and for him to sit up here and speak so eloquently was amazing. I mean, you just can't get those opportunities from these kids, and they hear that. You guys hear it every year. You'll have the opportunity to see that. Well, a person like me doesn't have that opportunity, because when you're a custodial, you work at night shift. You take care of the buildings, or you take care of the day shift. You have responsibilities that you have to take care of. I don't have children, but they were my children. I moved up to the middle school. Same thing. Art was number one. You didn't hear kids about playing basketball. They played basketball, but they were different. They're athletes. They were totally different from the kids that did art. And I just don't see how you can take this great opportunity that you have at this school and take it away from this school, from these children that at the time of their life, that means so much to them. It can change their life. You might have a child one day have a piece of art in the Smithsonian. You just don't know if it'll happen or not. We've never gave the opportunity to these children to do something like that. I just think when you got something that works, why do you try to fix it with another opportunity or take it away? This is a program that is so important to this community. You just can't take it away from it. It's so amazing to see this opportunity these kids have and the money that you put into the Tamarack to make this happen for West Virginia itself. I know I'm talking probably off subject, but it really brought a light to me coming back home and seeing that opportunity when they did take away the bowling alley, they did take away from the skating ring. I mean, you drive down Robert C. Byrd, you see 10, 15 gambling casinos. Now you see 10 or 15 smoke shops. What do we have for our children in that location? Well, now they're putting a car wash in when they took the skating ring away. What are we giving our children today? The opportunity to do anything. There's nothing there for them to do in Crab Orchard. Art is something that all kids should go through and enjoy. Well, they push it in Fairfax County. I worked there 7 years and I was totally amazed. I got a new life going back to school and being a custodian. I acted like I was a kid again. I mean, you sit at a desk 22 years and just do your work. That's not really life. I mean, y'all have so much great opportunities to do things for kids, and y'all do. To make this decision to move this wherever she needs to go, if it's a middle school or a high school, you'll never get back the opportunity. The kids you have right now learning all the opportunities they have of growing a garden, using their hands. She loves her position. She loves the kids. She puts so much of her heart into the community. It's just, y'all need to rethink it and just say, hey, what do we really need to do for the children? Is this the right decision for the children and the community in itself? I would hope y'all sit back and just think about it. What is there to do in our community anymore in Crab Orchard? And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I didn't graduate till I was 35. I had to go to school to become a custodian supervisor in Fairfax to get my high school diploma. So that was hard too.
I have no further questions.
No questions.
Because of his paper, he is a student of the arts because my oldest is in band with him. He is in performing art theater with him. He has done all of that. So everybody's talking about Ryan. He is literally a student of the arts. Just
Have any other witnesses?
Call Amanda Wren. Wren. Okay, and just sticking with the pattern, could you state your name and your relationship to Ms. Sexton?
I'm Amanda, and I have known Kim for a few years now. I work at the library at Ridgeview, and I have 3 grandchildren in her class. The library at Ridgeview is right beside of the art class, and there is a big glass there with a hole in it. So I can actually hear everything that is in her class every single day. So I hear everything that she is teaching. I hear all the kids, and the kids come in the library several times a day to get books. And I get to see all of those art projects. And plus with having 3 grandchildren, pre-K, 1st grade, and 3rd grade, I have lots of projects in my home because those grandkids come home with me 4 or 5 times out of the day, out of the week. And so I have lots of projects on my refrigerator, in my house. My grandchildren are those grandchildren that has that mom that is an issue. So they get to also work with their projects. And so, and 2 of them are grandsons that have that rowdiness and whatnot. My granddaughter has the artwork displayed through the school. One of the first things that I got to do with Ridgeview was go to one of her art projects at that school, and then I started volunteering there. My shirt says Ridgeview Run Club. That was one thing that my granddaughter does. I've seen the garden thing at school. We go by it all the time. All the projects that's done, we walk by those hallways all the time with all the boards that's decorated, all the doors that are decorated. That all comes from art. We are in the process of decorating all of our walls and all of our doors because we're getting ready to do the disability week when we come back from school. We were just doing that yesterday at school. My granddaughter loves to draw and paint, and she does all those contests that Kim and them do, and participates in all those things. Art is so important, and it helps them be creative, and it helps them with their other classes too, because they're doing contests and social studies and science projects, and it helps them to do their posters. You know, they just recently built potatoes, and they get wild with some of that stuff, especially the older kids with all their projects. And I know art is important to my family my daughter is a teacher, by the way, and she's a writer. She has published papers. She's in the process of writing a book. So art has helped her be creative, and that helps her with her students as well. And she teaches middle school. But art has helped our family with their living. My son does tattoos. That's drawing. My husband is a chainsaw carver. That's creative. Me and my daughter, we craft. And she sells her crafts. I just do it for me and my grandchildren. But all of that has come from art. I'm in my 40s. Now, I can't tell you some of the things that I've learned in math, in history, in science. But I can tell you that when I was in the 2nd and 3rd grade, my art teacher taught me how to draw a bunny and a car. I still remember that. So art is so important, and y'all are talking about these different schools that don't have these different programs, and I agree with what they were saying. Bring those programs back to those schools because it's important. Not all students are athletes. Not all students are getting something from math and science and history, but they do enjoy coming to art class, to music class, to gym class. Kids have different lives and they need those special classes because that's something that they enjoy. And they need that in grade school because when they get to middle school, maybe they're not going to have that. And if a child is little and they're enjoying coming to an art class or a music class, those special classes, that's going to help them. And the kids that are like have the ADHD stuff, they need an outlet, especially with the things that they deal with. We see kids coming in the library all the time, and they're so excited about certain projects that they're doing, and they're talking about, and like her little ones, they come in there all the time, and that's what they're talking about. So taking away different projects and different programs, it is detrimental. And she was talking about it's personal. It is personal, just not for her and her family, but to our students. I know when my 3 grandchildren found out, they all cried. My granddaughter wanted to come today and talk, and I was like, well, I don't think kids are allowed to go. And she cried. She was like, no, I need to tell them how important Miss Sexton is. They can't fire her. Last week, she was gone because she had this surgery. Kids kept coming in the library wanting to know if y'all had already fired her. And they were upset thinking y'all had already gotten rid of her. And we kept telling them, no, she's just sick. She's just sick. She's coming back. So the students are upset. And so, you know, you know what I'm saying? They're already upset thinking we're not going to have her around. And Serenity's in the 3rd grade. Her teacher said this. She's like, do they expect me to teach art? I can't even draw a stick figure. So the other teachers are already talking about that's putting more stress on them. They're already overloaded with things that they're doing. The STEAM teacher's talking about, well, if they get rid of her, are they expecting me to do her work too? That's more stress on them. Our teachers are already overworked and already have enough. They don't need any extra stress on them either. Kim has a degree in art. She knows art. Our other teachers, they have a degree in math or history or whatever. That's their thing. Hers is art. So we need art. All the schools need music, need art, need PE. These are just not specials. These are core classes. They're important. They're important for them to be able to create. It's, you know, the other schools need those projects. I understand budget cuts, fundraise, do more stuff. I don't know a whole lot about the Hope scholarships. I don't understand why that's affecting, you know, all of our budget cuts or whatever. Maybe not let those people have all that money just to do whatever they want to and put it back in our schools.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't understand. But like she said, we have enough students because we ended up with a vice principal. So I don't understand why we need to get rid of her. We need her. We love her.
Thank you. And I know that it could be safely assumed, but I just wanted to get confirmation that your statement was in
We need her.
What it was an answer to the question that I've been asking and going to ask on speaking on behalf of the Ridgeview position itself and whether it's a detriment or not. Just
Yes,
confirm
it's
that.
detrimental. Yes,
Okay.
we need her.
Just wanted to get that confirmation. And
Yes. I'm sorry, I thought I said that.
Oh, no,
I'm
it's fine.
not.
But no, we have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No questions, thank you.
And I believe that is the final witness.
So we resting the case. You can. So the case, you're resting? Case. Okay, for closing remarks, you have any-
Okay, thank you. Very briefly, I just want to say again, I think I'm glad you heard that at the opening. That part is that, these decisions don't have anything to do with job performance. Obviously, from the record you've presented, you've done a fantastic job at what you do and made a great impression on so many young folks. And that art is wonderful that's in that packet. But I just wanted to recap the administration's presentation here is that, this is a transfer. As I mentioned, I think early on, Ms. Sexton's, her only certification is art. So she would be placed on transfer and then in the school district. And that the reason for the decision, I think everybody in the room has acknowledged, most of the speakers have as well, as far as the declining enrollment in the school district is making school districts, they're having to make decisions that, in the past, maybe they didn't want to have to be in the position to make. But, there were 3 schools that still offered the 4 specials, and due to the declining enrollment, that needed to be reduced. So the superintendent gave the principals of each school the, feeling that the principals know what's best for the school and for the students in the school, that discretion to determine which of the optional 3 that they would reduce at the school. And so the recommendation was for art at Ridgeview Elementary School, and that's what's prompting this transfer here. So I think the rest of everything else I pretty much presented early on in the opening statement, and I think that's it's just a situation that school boards find themselves in at this time of the year. It's difficult, but you have laws and funds and things that put limitations on what you can do. And in this particular case, this reduction of this one of the specials classes at Ridgeview Elementary, the decision that was made at the school level that was communicated to the superintendent, who's now recommending that, will recommend that, is that that the standalone art program at Ridgeview would be the one that would be reduced. Of course, as I mentioned early on, that art is part of STEAM. When that started, it was STEM, if you remember, years ago, and then it went to STEAM because it was important to Randall and a lot of others in Charleston to make sure that art was included. And so we went from STEM to STEAM. And I know that's not the same as standalone art, and I'm not trying to advocate that it is, but there is still the A in STEAM there at Ridgeview, and so. But anyway, that's how this decision was made, and it's something that's being done at all 3 of the elementary schools that have the 4 specials. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Do you have any closing statements?
Yes, I'll try not to make this squeak too much. So I'll speak just briefly, and then of course I'll give Ms. Sexton just a brief opportunity for a closing afterwards. But just to speak generally on the matter, we keep hearing the words opportunity and community over and over and over again. That's the concern that lies with the witnesses. That's the concerns that lies with Ms. Sexton, that we have a great opportunity for our students and our community. Declining enrollment keeps getting mentioned. I'm not sure that there would be many, if any, people in this room that could confidently say that that cutting an art position would help increase enrollment. I personally can't say that it would be of any benefit whatsoever to enrollment numbers. I know that these things are reactionary. We know that the legislator is going to do what the legislature is going to do. We know that numbers are what they are. This is not to villainize any party in this decision-making process. This is just to emphasize that the scope is on the wrong area. Ridgeview itself, it was stated here that Ridgeview itself is seeing an increase in enrollment, so much so that an assistant administrator was added in or added back in, one of the two. Personally, as a person and as a representative, I cannot say that I would ever agree to keeping an assistant administrator over someone that's going to be face-to-face with the students day after day after day in a position such as this. And speaking of the position, we have a lot of misconceptions about art, I believe. It can incorporate any discipline that it focuses on. We have mathematics in art. There are proportions, there are symmetries, there are angles, there's three-dimensional visualization and analysis. That can be incorporated in a standalone art class. We have English, there's the narratives, there's the philosophy of the art, there's explaining what the art means, there's public speaking aspects to it. There's science, there's a concept in science and mathematics called fractals, which, to kind of speak very generally and oversimplify the matter coming from a former science teacher, it's the infinitely repeating pattern, basically. And you can see that same thing in a fern. The plant itself, the patterns of the leaves, the stuff within the leaves, they are very similar to a fractal. These similarities can be drawn in a standalone art class, and you can incorporate interdisciplinary measures without much thought and without much effort. It's kind of just in there, whether you focus on it or not. And our argument here is that as a general classroom teacher, having to incorporate that art into their curriculum, they're not going to be able to give it that same time. They're not going to be able to give it that same effort. It may even decrease the amount of time that they're able to spend on math and reading because they have an additional component that they're going to need to focus on. So I see no reason why this art program should be cut. I think that there are certain areas of the county that are a little top heavy. I think that there are certain cuts that could be made at the top rather than having those every day, face to face, doing this exceptional work. I just see no reason why this program would need to be cut. I think looking upwards to other bits of the top heavy nature of the county would be a much better decision. But I'll let Ms. Sexton close.
Well, I don't really know if there's really too much more to say. I think everything has been spoken. My daughter has type 1 diabetes and she attends the school, and it's been a blessing being in the same school, helping her, because our nurse goes to a different school to help. So when she's not there, I'm immediately able to step in, give her insulin, give her a snack, take care of her. So it's been a blessing. And then if I'm not there, I have to think about my child, and it's going to affect my children and where they go too. And it's just, you're not only hurting the program, but you're hurting a family's being affected as well. And that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, that we have no.
Nothing further. We would just submit our case and the evidence that we presented.
Okay, so thank you all for coming. Now this This hearing is adjourned. Okay, Mr. Campbell, do you want to open or closed hearing? Do you want to open or closed hearing? Closed hearing? Okay.
Before we do that, will you, hit the button?
Got it. Yes, closed. Sorry about that.
If everybody's ready, we'll continue with our personnel hearing. Ms. Fetty, do you want to open or closed hearing?
We're going to pick a closed hearing today.
Okay.
We were actually up in the air and we just decided to go closed. So thank you.
They know that somebody, BJ had to use Rachel's class. Oh, sorry, I meant to call Rachel, not you. Sorry, dear. Okay, bye. Oh, we're live. Here she comes. You know that same shop?
Come on, you need to be up there.
It's all turkey.
Okay. It is now 5 o'clock. Today is March 26th. We have conducted 6 personnel hearings, and without objection, I say this meeting is adjourned. So we're adjourned.
Hold on.